let's see. See, it's weird with Restream. Hmm. Let's see here. Microphone check. All right, let's see. This is what you're hearing is my earbuds. Now, why isn't my microphone working? Maybe I should turn it on. Huh. All right, that should work. Let me see if I can hear sound. All right. As you can see, as you can hear, if you probably can hear that, I'm gonna have my phone right in front of me, probably the whole entire video. Just seeing trades happen. I'll update them as we go along. You'll see trade alerts on the screen. Right now, the Browns are open for business. Apparently, getting a lot of alerts on the Browns. But yeah, you'll hear trade alerts from me. I will, of course, find reliable sources. And yeah, I should. All right, let's backtrack of how I was supposed to start the video. I first did my first live stream was with the 2017 draft, 2017 or 2018. 2017. Christian McCaffrey was in it because I thought Christian McCaffrey wasn't physically going to be able to handle the NFL. No, that's my bad take. He did have a lot of injuries in his career so far, but yeah. So here we are, 8 years this month. That how's it going, Dylan? 8 years ago this month that we started. Old Legacy wasn't called Old Legacy back then. It was NFL Breakdown Daily. If you remember those times, then you really are a follower. But yeah, as I was saying before, I realized the mic wasn't on. As you can see at the bottom of the screen, you'll see all the picks, 1 through 32, showing up in the for the draft. I'll update them as we go along. And any trade alerts, you'll see I have different screens for different alerts. If we have a trade, you'll see this show up. And if we have a trade and I find out what the who's receiving what, you'll see that at the bottom. And of course, I think we all know who the number one overall pick is. So I think we'll start here with Tennessee's on the clock with round 1, pick 1. So yeah, I got a couple things here. Yeah, but I think I'll go through with some of my favorite prospects of this year's draft while we wait. We're going to be joined by a couple people during the stream. Tomorrow we're going to get a few people, and day 3 we're probably going to get a couple people. But yeah, we'll be live days 1, 2, and 3 of the draft. All the rounds 1 through 7, all the trades. You'll get them here updated from me. I'll tell you my sources as they go along because I don't feel like hiding sources. I feel like that's kind of weird. There are some people who do hide their sources. I don't have sources. I just follow people on social media, and that's kind of how I do my business. Yeah. My favorite quarterback prospect, Shedeur Sanders. I'm personally, I'm not a huge fan of this quarterback class. I think it's okay. It's not I mean, I think it's better than the year Kenny Pickett, Malik Willis came out, 2021, 2022. And I think this is a little better than that year. I'm not a huge fan of Cam Ward, but I like Shador Sanders. These prospects, I might not think like they're going to be these Hall of Famers, but I think they'll be okay. Shador Sanders, I mean, I've been watching film on him since he was in high school. I was watching film on him when he was at Jackson State. I've been watching film of him when he was at Colorado. I've been watching games of him in high school, in college, at Jackson State, and at Colorado. And I really like him. I think he's a good quarterback. I think he can be a good quarterback. I don't necessarily think he's going to be this like great quarterback, but yeah, I'm a big fan of him. Tyler Show. Tyler Show looks pretty good. I would say out of all the quarterbacks I've looked at, he probably has the best arm. He probably has the best arm talent of anyone in the draft. If you watch 15 seconds side by side of him and Josh Allen throwing the ball, they have the same throwing motion. That's not saying that he's going to be Josh Allen. That's saying this guy has potential with the type of arm that he has. There are a lot of great quarterbacks who have a certain arm motion that busts have. So it's all preference. I mean, you look at CJ Stroud's throwing motion, it's very similar to Dan Marino's. But CJ Stroud doesn't throw the ball like Dan Marino. So it's just how you use it. So yeah, Tyler Show looks really good. Running backs, I really like Montrell Johnson Jr. Outside of Ashton Jeanty. Ashton Jeanty, I don't know many people that have said Ashton Jeanty looks like a bust, but Jeanty does look like he's going to be a really good running back. My comp to him was watch Melvin Gordon. Watch highlights of Melvin Gordon. He actually looks, in my opinion, that was my comp, like watching film on Melvin Gordon and watching Ashton Jeanty. And again, that's not saying he's going to be Melvin Gordon. He can be a lot better than Melvin Gordon. He could be worse than Melvin Gordon. Who knows? Melvin Gordon, in his peak, was a Pro Bowl running back. So I think Melvin Gordon is a pretty good comp to Ashton Jeanty. Montrell Johnson, my comp for him is Jamal Charles. Watch film on him, and he looks really good. He's probably not going to get drafted day 2. He'll probably get drafted day 3, maybe even go undrafted. Who knows? He's my 3rd or 4th running back in the whole draft. Wide receivers, Luther Burden. I have my own opinions as to Luther Burden. I think he looks solid, but I have the same last name as him, and I think that's really cool. And not many people with the last name Burden that are very popular. So it's cool. So Luther Burden, you got a fan in me no matter what. You can be a bust on the Jaguars. I honestly don't care. You'll still have a fan in me. Let's see. For the 2025 draft, my favorite players. Let's go to my list real quick. So my Dillon Gabriel. Going back to quarterbacks, Dillon Gabriel. I really like Dillon Gabriel. Dillon Gabriel. A lot of people look at his size as an issue, and I don't really agree with that. I mean, there's a lot of quarterbacks over the course of NFL history that are undersized compared to just other quarterbacks. I mean, not everyone's going to be Peyton Manning. So you look at how successful these two guys were, and they're pretty much considered undersized for a quarterback. And they both made great things out of their play. So I don't agree with height being an issue, size being an issue. Look at Kyler Murray, look at Bryce Young. There are good players in the NFL that are undersized. And then after Dillon Gabriel, the running backs, I said Jeanty, I said Montrell Johnson. I'm a huge fan of Cam Scatterbo. I believe he should be a first-round running back. A lot of people have issues with his fumbling. I think with the right coach, he can fix that. So there have been a lot of running backs who have come out of college and they're told that they have fumbling issues. So I I think that can be fixed. Scatabo looks like he can be a threat in the pass game and the run game. He can block pretty well, so I'm a big fan of him. Travion Henderson is my running back 3. Um, I like him more than Judkins. I think Henderson stood out more to me when I was watching them. I watched every Ohio State game because I mean I'm a Penn State fan. I got to watch almost every Big Ten game, and yeah, I got to watch both Ohio State running backs play, and I just prefer Travion Henderson over Quinshon Judkins. Yeah, wide receivers I mentioned Luther Burden, tight end. I believe Tyler Warren should be in the conversation for the top 3 pick in this draft. I believe he's the best tight end prospect that I've seen. He's able to catch the ball extremely well, run routes really well, has great hands. He's not going to be the fastest dude in the world, but honestly, what tight end out there is really fast and really successful? I mean, you look at the 2 most athletic tight ends in the NFL, Evan Ingram and Kyle Pitts, and they're good. Kyle Pitts is Kyle Pitts is okay, and Evan Ingram has been a Pro Bowl tight end. Has been solid since he went to Jacksonville. But you don't really need speed to be a successful tight end. So yeah, a lot of people talk about Tyler Warren's receiving ability, but all Penn State fans know just how great of a blocker he is. He's a much better blocker than he is a receiver. That's saying a lot. He is one of the best blocking tight ends that you could ask for. I also like Harold Fannin Jr. I think he looks like he has a lot of potential. It's if he can sustain that success. So yeah. I'm gonna need a drink. We're probably gonna need a couple drinks here and there and throughout this draft. My favorite interior defensive lineman's Walter Nolan. He just looks like a beast. He looks like he I mean, I've seen like other Eagles fans want him. I want him on the Eagles because I couldn't imagine him playing next to Jordan Davis and Jalen Carter. Jalen, because he looks like he has a motor on him that he just can blow past guys, and I think with the other threats in the interior defensive line for the Eagles, I think he can be really good. So I really like Walter Nolan a lot. Of course, edge rusher Abdul Carter. I watched him his whole entire time at Penn State. I have said that he is a better edge rushing prospect than Micah Parsons. Micah was a great all around defensive prospect. I mean, I told people that he could play every position on the defense. He could play nose tackle, could play defensive end, defensive tackle. He can play edge rusher. He can play outside linebacker in a 4-3. He could play middle linebacker. He can play corner. He can play slot corner. He can play safety. That was just Micah Parsons. Abdul Carter, though, is a much better edge rushing prospect. So of course, Abdul Carter is my top. He's probably my number 2 player in this whole draft. Kobe King, linebacker, another Penn State guy. I'm always going to root for the Penn State guys, except for one in this particular draft that probably not going to get his name called today, and I won't even mention him. Kobe King, he had such a great season up until the playoffs. The playoffs hit and his coverage started lacking. I think he's a solid linebacker, and yeah, I'm really excited to see where he goes. And then Jalen Reed, safety, Penn State. I said he was the second best player on the defense last year. He was getting tackles all over the place, really good in coverage. Yeah, I really like Jalen Reed. And then Travis Hunter. I'm a big fan of Travis Hunter and his ability to line up at corner, line up at wide receiver. I think he can be a playmaker on both sides of the ball. I don't know how a team can draft him as early as they could, and end up just playing him at one side of the field. I think that's stupid. I mean, he's a corner and a wide receiver. You saw he could do it. Why limit him? That's my philosophy. Why limit him? At least attempt to play him at both sides of the ball. And if it doesn't work, if he clearly shows that he can only play one side or the other, then play him on one side or the other. At least you tried. That's all I'm asking of whatever team drafts Travis Hunter. All right, we have 13 minutes until the draft. Yeah, I'm really excited for the Saints and Eagles. We'll start with the Saints because they have the earlier pick. And I mean, a lot of people are talking about Shedeur Sanders. I've seen, Shedeur Sanders. I've seen with people talk about. I've seen Jackson Dart. For a little bit there, I thought the Saints were going to draft a quarterback. It was right after the Derek Carr news. I mean, there's a possibility that Derek Carr doesn't even play this year. And he's been talking to Mickey Loomis a lot, and there's just no update, really. I mean, they've had conversations. That's really all we know. There's no real update. I mean, Derek Carr wants to play this year. That's what I've been hearing. Like, yeah, I'm sure Deshaun Watson wants to play this year. He ain't playing this year. I'm sure a lot of players want to play this year and probably won't. So I just don't think Derek Carr is going to end up. I don't think Derek Carr is going to end up playing this season. If he does, it probably is for another team. So yeah, I don't know. I don't really want a quarterback. I think my philosophy is you look at every single Super Bowl champion since 2000. Let's go since 2000. Outside of three anomalies, both the Mannings and Drew Brees. Outside of those three, the quarterback that ends up winning the Super Bowl, the team, when he joined the team had already had a foundation or key pieces when they joined the team to become that Super Bowl winning team. Look at Trent Dilfer, he joined the Ravens. Brad Johnson, when he joined the Bucks, those were already set teams. Then you look at Tom Brady. People think that the Patriots sucked before Tom Brady got there. No, before Tom Brady got there, they had Drew Bledsoe and they were doing really well. So, I mean, they went to a Super Bowl with Drew Bledsoe just 4 years earlier. And I mean, Brady went to a team that had the key pieces that he needed to go and win a Super Bowl. You look at Ben Roethlisberger, same thing. When Tommy Maddox was the starter, and Cordell Stewart, they were successful teams. Ben was joining that team and made that team so much better. Looking at let's go more recently. Look at Jalen Hurts, Patrick Mahomes, Matt Stafford. Those guys joined teams that were already had those key pieces there for them to be successful. So I think the Saints should go and draft those key pieces. I mean, I don't think we have those key pieces right now. I think we have a lot of older guys, and you need to find someone that can fit that. So I'm looking at more of maybe an edge rusher, corner. Obviously, Travis Hunter is not going to be there. Will Johnson. I'm not a huge fan of this cornerback class. I think there have been better cornerback years outside of Travis Hunter. I just kind of it's not a great looking cornerback class. I mean, Will Johnson got hurt, and yet he's probably going to be the number one pure corner off the board. So yeah, I'm not ecstatic with the corner class. Maybe if Malachi Starks is there, you consider him. I'd probably just say the Saints should just take the best available player that's not a quarterback. I'm okay just waiting another year and building the team until you find that guy that's your franchise. I'm okay with holding on to Spencer Rattler or maybe drafting a guy later on. I don't know. Then with the Eagles, I mean, if you stay put, you have to think about probably an edge rusher or an offensive tackle. I drafted Josh Connerly in the one mock that we did. And edge rusher, I mean, this is one of the best edge rusher groups that we've seen in a while. So, yeah, I mean, we could really go anywhere for the Eagles, as long as it's not like a quarterback, even a running back. Quarterback, running back is really the only positions you don't really need. So, yeah, who knows? We got 7 minutes until the draft. No trades yet. There was one trade earlier with the Browns and the Texans. I hope you saw that on our page. That was posted by our Browns administrator, John. I currently have 3 screens up. I have my laptop, which is what we're streaming on. I have my phone right in front of my face for alerts, and then I have my TV looking right at me. So I'll be watching the draft. I will try and update as trades happen. Yeah, I will have my phone on in front of me looking at trades, and I will update anyone with. I will update y'all with any trades that happen. But right now it's silent. Only one trade happened, and that was a bunch of late round picks between the Texans and the Browns. Our Browns administrator our Panthers administrator should be joining us, Austin, soon. I don't know when, but we'll see. So yeah, I mean, I think we all know who's going number 1. Cam Ward's met with ownership of the Titans already. I think we're pretty locked in on the Titans drafting Cam Ward now. After that, who knows? I've heard the Browns might look at a trade. I think if they stay there, they're going to draft Travis Hunter, which is the smart pick. I think the Giants are at 3. I personally think that drafting Abdul Carter is stupid. That's one of the only positions you don't need. Why would you draft? I get it. Abdul Carter's the best available player. You have a load of other positions that need help. Why would you draft Abdul Carter? That's just stupid. The one thing that would make my night angry is if Abdul Carter ended up on the Giants. If the Saints could draft a quarterback, I wouldn't be as angry. The Eagles could trade out, I wouldn't be as angry. I that would be frustrating if I saw Abdul Carter on the Giants. Because I mean, we all saw what they did to Saquon. I mean, why they're just gonna end up doing that again. Plus, Abdul Carter's he's a diehard Eagles fan. I don't think people realize how much of a diehard Eagles fan he is. Like, there are some players in this league that they were fans of a team growing up, but he's one of those diehard fans of the Eagles. The Patriots at 4. I mean, I think you should go and protect Drake May and get an offensive tackle. I mean, you could think about Mason Graham, maybe. I don't know. I think offensive line, you have to protect Drake May. So I think the Patriots need to go offensive line there. So let's see, Jaguars at 5. So Jaguars could really go anywhere. They have a lot of issues. I've heard rumors that they'll trade up with the Browns, but we'll see about that and possibly get Genty or Travis Hunter. I think in the last 3 hours-ish, the growing sentiment seems to be that the Jaguars might draft Genty if they stay, which I brought that up to our administrators a few days ago. I said I wouldn't be shocked if Genty ended up on the Jaguars. I know they have ETN, but with the season ETN had, I don't know. I don't like it because I think Tank Bigsby is also a really good option. So it's kind of I don't know. I think there's other moves you could make. You could get Mason Graham. You could go offensive line to try and protect your franchise quarterback. I don't know. Who knows? So yeah, we'll see how that goes. Draft should be starting in 3 minutes. Let's see, Cam Ward. Let's see, Raiders have the 6th pick. In my mock, I had Genty going to the Raiders. I think that's a great pick for him. For the Raiders, I think I really like that combination a lot. I let's see. I don't think the Jags stay put. Yeah, I don't think the Jags stay put either. And I do think ETN could be moved. I think people also forget, like, some people had ETN move into wide receiver during the draft. So ETN, there's a possibility that happens. He maybe moves to the slot, but either way, I think there's a possibility ETN gets moved. I think there's a really strong possibility that the Jags move up to 2. The Browns get the Jags pick at 5. Jaguars go get Travis Hunter. I mean, I'm literally getting an alert from someone saying that exact same thing, and that they think it would be Mason Graham going to the Browns at 5, which I've heard that a lot. I know. Oh, this is John. Okay, nice. You are a sad Browns fan, aren't you? Yeah, I mean, there's a possibility. I hope someone else gets Abdul Carter. that's just I'm rooting for Abdul Carter. I just don't want to see another Penn State product get wasted on a division rival, because that'll be disappointing. I saw the Commanders do that with Jahan Dotson. I saw the Giants do that with Saquon. I'm watching the Cowboys do that with Micah. So yeah, I don't know. So we got 1 minute until they add like 20 minutes on the clock for the Titans to pick Cam Ward. That's pretty much the number one thing that we know is going to happen is Cam Ward's going to the Titans. I felt this confident with the number 1 pick maybe 3-4 other times when the Jaguars got Trevor Lawrence, when the Colts got Andrew Luck, and when the Panthers got Cam Newton. That was the most confident I was in the number 1 pick, and this is about as confident as I am. I mean, when you meet with ownership, that's a whole different ballgame. I mean, you don't see ownership meeting multiple times with one prospect, and that's kind of what we saw with Cam Ward. I mean, he really likes. I mean, the real question is, what number is he going to wear? Because Warren Moon came out and said he would give 1 to him, and I think that's stupid. I just I don't like seeing numbers just unretired and given to like the number 1 overall pick. I think that's stupid. All right. Yeah, there's Cam Ward. I mean, I don't know if anyone has multiple screens open and watching the draft and watching us, but Travis Hunter is wearing the brightest pink suit you could name. I've never seen a brighter suit in my life, and that says a lot. Shedeur Sanders, this hype reminds me of when Johnny Manziel was coming out. And like, I mean, not many people are actually talking about his ability on the field. They're more just talking about him. And that was what it was like for Johnny Manziel. There was people who thought Johnny Manziel could be this great quarterback. I never saw it. I don't know what people saw, but Johnny Manziel was not that guy. Well, when is this draft going to start? Because they said 8 o'clock, but where is. Ari Mirov is reporting that. Where is it? If the Browns make a trade at number 2, it won't happen until they're on the clock. So, Diana Rossini is reporting that the Broncos are making an aggressive push to go inside the top 10. I assume that's for Ashton Jeanty. I think if the Broncos have to make a trade, I mean, I think you probably have to go to the number 5 pick. I mean, you probably have to make a trade with the Jaguars. I mean, it's kind of a there are a lot of teams that want Jeanty, and I just think there's better options. All right, let's see. All right, when is Roger Goodell going to show up? Oh, there he is. Yeah, I wonder how loud they're going to boo Roger Goodell. Let's see. I had someone text me from work saying the Saints are going to take Shedeur Sanders. If they're going to take any quarterback, I'm okay with Shedeur. And Roger Goodell is currently on a bicycle. If the Saints get Shedeur, I'm okay with that. I'm okay with like Tyler Show. Now I've heard Tyler Show could go first round. I mean, if early last week, Tyler Show was nobody even heard of this dude. Nobody was even talking about this dude. And then Tyler Show, people just for some reason think he's a first round pick. It came out of nowhere. It came out of left field, and like teams are coming out and saying like Tyler Show's our number 1 quarterback on the board, and that came out of left field. But watching film on him, yeah, he looks like he's got a lot of potential. If he can stay consistent or not, that's the real question. He started off at Oregon and then went to Texas Tech. I don't remember. All right, the Titans are on the clock. Let's get this graphic up. So the Titans are on the clock. All right. So yeah, I think we all know what's going to happen here. That it's just going to end up being Cam Ward. I'm just going to get this ready. Cam Ward, QB. Yeah, we kind of, I think we all know. All right, Austin, here we go. Austin.
What's up, man?
How's it going?
I'm good, man. How are you?
I'm doing okay. Long day at work, but it's so.
I got my popcorn. I'm ready to get this party started.
Nice. Yeah, Roger Goodell rode out on a bicycle. So
I saw Lil Wayne too, right?
Yeah, Lil Wayne. Yeah, Lil Wayne. Lil Wayne just hopped from the Saints one year to the Packers for the rest of his life. So
the Steelers too, and yeah.
Oh yeah. For those of you who don't know, Austin's one of our Panthers administrators. So anything you see Panthers that he talks about, even though I'm a Saints fan, it might be a little homerish, but he talks all Panthers. And I know some of the people I stream with are Falcons fans. So, yeah, we have a lot of NFC South diversity here. Let's see. All right. Yeah, I think we both know Cam Ward's going number 1.
Yeah. Unless they've just been playing everybody for the last month. Yeah, he should.
Yeah, I mean, he met with ownership. Like, at that point, that's like saying, like, here you go, you're going to be the number 1 overall pick.
Yeah, here's the playbook. Here's the keys to the city.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
But I've heard over the last 30 minutes or so, Cleveland's getting interesting at too.
Oh yeah.
So
yeah, I've heard the Jaguars might go into the number 2 pick.
That would have to be for Hunter, right?
I've heard that it's probably Travis Hunter, but I've also heard not to rule out Ashton Jeanty, and that trading up is just to secure that they're definitely getting Jeanty. I mean, go for it. I mean, I think we all can agree Jeanty's probably the number 1 running back in the whole draft. But Travis Hunter is I feel like calling him a generational prospect is underplaying him, but he's once in a millennia type of prospect.
Yeah, trading up to the number 2 pick to get the number 1 running back in the draft, or to get the number 1 receiver and number 1 corner.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
That should be the route you go, but.
Oh yeah.
Hey, that's why we watch these things, because who knows what's going to happen in the next.
Oh yeah. Now you'll get the firsthand knowledge of some of the alerts that I get on my phone. Nice. So I have 3 screens set up. I have my laptop for the stream. I have my phone for all of these notifications that I'm getting every single second, and then I have my TV for the draft. I don't even know why I have the TV, but. Who knows?
Are you an ESPN or NFL Network guy?
I am on ESPN. I prefer NFL Network, but when I'm streaming, it's kind of hard to get. I mean, you need NFL Plus, and I feel like NFL Plus is such a. I don't know. I feel like it's a hassle. Like I have the Disney Plus bundle where I get Disney Plus, Hulu, and ESPN Plus, so I don't really. I get this. Oh, wait. Schefter confirms Saints inquired about Cam Ward. Interesting. That's interesting. Okay. That's all right.
Is that going to hurt you even more when they take Jackson Dart at 9 tonight?
I just don't want Jackson Dart. Like, I want anyone that's not Jackson Dart. Right. I'm really okay with Shedeur. I really am. I don't think he's going to be – like, I saw someone say – like a year ago that he's gonna be the next Drew Brees, and I'm like, I don't think that. I really like him though. I think he can. I think he can be a really good quarterback, but I think there are a lot of other areas that we need to address. Yeah. And I just think we're putting whoever we draft at quarterback into a bad situation.
Fair.
Which is why
I also think one thing for Shedeur is. I think what was his completion percentage? Like 74% in college, and that was with a D2 level offensive line at best. So if you get him throwing 74% behind a terrible offensive line, I think that speaks good to what he can be at the next level, given an quality NFL offensive line.
All right, we have the pick. We have the pick. It is
drum roll.
Cam Ward. All right. I think we both knew that was going to happen.
Yeah. Now this whole day has just been waiting to see what Cleveland does.
Oh yeah. So Cam Ward officially goes number 1 overall in the 2025 NFL draft. Even though you're looking at ESPN probably saying, "Oh, there's 6 minutes 50 seconds left." Well, I've gotten alerts from let's see. I have a lot of sources right now saying that they are. Adam Schefter reported the Giants offered this year's first, next year's first, and multiple other picks in exchange for the number 1 overall pick. Interesting. Yeah. I did hear that the Giants were in love with getting the number 1 overall pick. I'm like, you wanted Cam Ward. That's not really. We all knew that.
With the pressure the GM and head coach are under this year, I mean, it makes sense that they're going for it all.
Oh yeah.
Because if they don't win this year, all those picks they gave up realistically don't matter to those guys because they won't be in that building next year.
Exactly.
So they're like, yeah, we'll give you everything because if this doesn't work, I'm done anyway.
All right. So that means on the clock is the Browns. So round 1, pick 2. Who do we think the Browns? All right. Do we think this pick gets traded?
If you would have asked me this morning, I would have said no. Once again, I just think, like you talked about, how good Travis Hunter is and a true generational type player potentially. I would have said to stay there at 2, but when you get closer to the actual draft is when deals tend to happen. So I just think if someone trades up for Genty, I think that's a mistake.
All right.
But
so
if someone's
Mary Kay Cabot is saying, so she's Browns beat writer.
Right.
She's says Browns are in heated talks to trade down from 2 with Jaguars to number 5. They're obviously going to be on the clock soon. So, yeah. I mean, it could happen. Who knows? I assume the Jaguars need multiple positions. They either need to trade back and get some picks to get more talent, or you trade up and get Travis Hunter, and then that kills 2 birds with 1 stone. You got a cornerback, you got a wide receiver. There you go.
Right. That's why if they do this trade, it better be for Travis Hunter and not for Ashton Genty. Because I still think Travis Etienne and Tank Bigsby, I still think that's a good 1-2 combo. I don't think running back is a huge need. So yeah, Hunter. But I also go ahead.
The Browns also were in talks for the number 1 pick.
Really?
Which that tells me they also liked Cam Ward.
Yeah.
You're going up 1 spot. you only wanted the player that the Titans end up going with. So
right.
Yeah. Oh, here we go. We got a trade.
No way.
All right. Yes, we do. Jaguars have the number 2 overall pick. Browns are trading number 2 overall, a 4th round pick, number 104, a 6th round pick, number 200 to the Jaguars. Jaguars are trading the number 5 pick, a 2nd round pick, the number 36 overall, a 4th round pick, number 126, and a 2026 1st round pick.
Good.
All right. So the Jaguars are on the clock. Ooh, baby. All right. I got to adjust some things.
Yeah, you do.
All right.
I think my only thing with Travis Hunter going there is I think the Jaguars should go get a taller receiver. Kind of what worked well with Trevor Lawrence in college. It was Justin Ross and T. Higgins, 2 very long, tall, athletic receivers. And I think so far in the NFL, he's had Calvin Ridley, Christian Kirk, and now Brian Thomas. I think they're all more of the speedster, shorter guys. I think he needs to get a taller guy, in my opinion. But, you can't go wrong with Travis Hunter as well. So
yeah, we know the I keep looking at it. This tells me they're definitely going to go. They're definitely going. I thought maybe it would be for Genty, but I'm thinking it's going to be. I'm thinking it's going to be Travis Hunter. I'm pretty confident to say that.
I wonder what Cleveland now at 5, if that puts them in the Shedeur conversation. If they thought 2 was too rich, and now at 5, they feel confident there.
That's true.
Which opens up Jackson Dart to you, baby.
No thanks. All right, Jacksonville number 2 and number 5 Cleveland. We're gonna put a little asterisk for a trade. So if anyone looks down and they see a little asterisk on the bottom, that means that that was a trade. All right. So Jacksonville. Let's see if they have selected anyone yet. No, they have not. Yeah, I agree with you. Like, there is a possibility that they go ahead and draft Shedeur Sanders now. I know they said that they felt like number 2 was a little early for him. But you get picks. And let's see.
I wonder if that also means that they're confident the Giants wouldn't take him at 3. Because if you felt like the Giants were going to take Sanders at 3, then you would have stayed if he was your guy.
Yeah. So let's see who it's gonna be, because I mean we should find out any second now. That was a lot. I mean they got a
36, 126. Yeah, I'm looking at it now, and a 2026 first.
The 2026 first. That's what got me. I was like, whoa, okay, all right. They wanted to do that trade. I mean, this morning I heard talks from the Jaguars that they wanted to move up, and the Browns at the same time I heard that the Browns wanted to move down. And I was the entire day I told people at work, I was like, I think the Browns are going to end up trading up with the Jaguars. That might be for Genty, that might be for Travis Hunter, who knows? But now we know it's my gut's telling me it's Travis Hunter.
Yeah, it's got to be, you'd think. Spencer, what's going on, man? Hey, I think Panthers at 8 is, if Mason Graham falls, that is, you're running that pick to the podium. If not, I think Jalen Walker's still a good pick there, and then also the potential to trade back and accumulate more picks and get somebody on the defensive in there, or if you want to get another weapon for Bryce, Ted McMillan or Matthew Golden's not a bad pick if you trade back.
All right. Let's see. So now the Browns get pick 36. So they keep their pick 32 or 33. I know that's one thing.
So 33 and 30.
Yeah. So
I wonder if they try to package those if one of those quarterbacks slip to get back into the first. Dude, so many.
I think you're onto something. I think that's a really strong possibility that happens. That they might use those picks to get like maybe hop the Steelers and try and get Shador or Dart or Show, whoever they want really, if they really like one quarterback. I mean, there's a possibility 4 quarterbacks go in the first round, and I don't think I would have believed that after the combine. After the combine, I was like, you know what? It's probably going to be Shador and Cam Ward, and that's it. But then Dart rose, then Tyler Show in the last week has gotten a lot of love.
They have treated him like he is the next coming of Patrick Mahomes over the last week, it feels like.
Oh, yeah. I mean, and it's official. Travis Hunter is a Jacksonville Jaguar. Man. So, I mean,
will they let him play both ways?
I hope so. They should.
Do you think full time, or like, let's say full time wide receiver, have a package on defense, like third down, red zone, things like that?
I believe that you at first you should try him out at both sides full time, and if that doesn't work, you play him at one or the other, whichever he's best at. I think there's because I feel like if you're only going to play him at one position, you're limiting his possibilities.
Right.
I agree. And I think there's just so many. I mean, people are asking like, what's his ceiling? What do you mean? What's his ceiling? He has no ceiling.
Yeah, this dude have we seen this?
If he's the best cornerback of all time and the best wide receiver of all time, how can you even compare that to anything anyone has done? Imagine if Jerry Rice could play corner. Like, imagine if Deion,
high level.
Now Deion did play wide receiver, but imagine if Deion did that full time instead of just a little bit for 1 year. Like,
I'm not gonna lie, the thought of him on one side and Denzel Ward on the other side for Cleveland, I was like, that's tough right there.
Yeah, I mean that was one thing. That's why I wanted them to get Travis Hunter, because I'm thinking like you could theoretically line Travis Hunter and Jerry Jeudy up on offense, and then on defense you get Denzel Ward and Travis Hunter. Like that's incredible.
Yeah.
So yeah, So officially, Travis Hunter is a Jacksonville Jaguars. So
So
after a
now
trade,
I wonder if Chicago, because Chicago's been named to Ashton Genty a lot, if now they feel more confident that they can just stick at 10 and not have to trade up to get him.
now here's an interesting team. Cleveland, they don't have Nick Chubb anymore. Nick Chubb's a free agent.
Yeah, I was thinking about that on the way home today. I was like, man, he was so good until the injuries, and he's still not on the team. Yeah, and I don't know where I read it, but is Breece Hall like available?
I heard
Jets,
this morning.
Made that a thing.
I heard a rumor about that this morning. I didn't hear like any sort of like context behind that, but I heard it was a rumor. I think that's kind of an issue because I mean I don't. You have Garrett Wilson, Breece Hall, and Sauce Gardner, and it doesn't seem like any of them want to be on the Jets right now. Which that goes to ownership. I don't think any team wants to. After the whole Rodgers debacle, like I get it, he tore his Achilles, but there's so many issues and it goes to the ownership. So I don't.
Another thing that's going to be interesting for them too is money wise. They just accepted the 5th-year option for it was Sauce Gardner, Garrett Williams, and Jeremiah Johnson.
Yeah.
Yeah, so their money's going to get tight here soon too, and Breece Hall is going to want to get paid. So maybe that's why they are trying to move on from him before they have to pay him.
I wonder what number. See, this is where I like numbers. Like I like seeing what team wears what numbers. I wonder what number Travis Hunter is going to wear.
Because 12 and look at him, he's dancing right now. I don't know how you don't like this guy.
He
not you, but like
I know there's so many people that don't like him, and I think it is because he was underneath Deion. But I think if he wasn't underneath Deion, I don't think he plays both sides. I think he plays one side or the other.
Yeah. But like everything you hear about this kid off the field, no issues. His attitude, everything. Like you could tell this dude just loves football, loves life. Like I don't understand how you can hate on a guy like this.
And he constantly just wants to be the best player. Yeah. Like he just always wants to. And I hope he proves everybody wrong. I hope he plays both sides. I hope he's an all-pro at both sides. I'm really rooting for him. I mean, looking at him from a corner perspective, I mean, if he was only playing corner, he would probably still go here at number 2. If he was only playing wide receiver, he would probably be a top 10 pick. I think some people think he's better receiver than he is a corner. Some people think he's better corner than he's a receiver. And that's just the intrigue because I'm sure we're probably going to get a lot of players in the future who play both sides because of this. And we might get someone, and most of them are probably going to be really good at one side, but not that great at the other. And he's playing great at both sides. So, yeah, I mean, I was watching, I had mentioned at the beginning of the stream, I mean, I watched Shedeur Sanders in high school. I watched him at Jackson State. I watched him at Colorado. I like him. And in watching Shedeur, I got to watch Travis Hunter at Jackson State, and he just always was making plays. And then he goes at Colorado, and it's continuing. I mean, there's video on ESPN right now where he's trying to make a pass and he's running around like a clown, and he ends up scoring a touchdown. Like, this guy is incredible. In my opinion, I would draft him over any quarterback prospect in the last 10 years because, and I'm sure a lot of people would disagree with me, but that's just, you're able to affect both the offensive and defensive sides of the ball. And that's something no quarterback in NFL history can do.
And because of how good he is offensively, his ball skills are second to none on the defensive side of the ball as well.
We have the 3rd pick in the draft.
Staying in New York.
The Giants are staying with it. And I'm going to be angry. It is Abdul Carter.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, that's
they talked about moving on from Thibodeau, right?
Yeah. Which I guess now that's going to happen. I
don't hate them taking the Eagles approach and just keep stacking on that defensive line, keeping Thibodeau, Brian Burns, Abdul Carter, Dexter Lawrence. Like, that's nasty.
I don't agree with this. I hate this so much because, like, all right, even from let's go from a logical standpoint, right? You just signed Brian Burns. Now you know Brian Burns firsthand.
I do.
Brian Burns is
his jersey in my closet still.
Brian Burns is a very good. He's a very good edge rusher. Even when he went to the Giants, he still was able to find that same success. Thibodeau, when he was able, or Thibodeau, the TH. I don't know how it's pronounced. I don't know. If anyone knows, please let me know. Kayvon, he showed a lot of promise. His rookie year, he was battling injuries. The injury issue is the concern. But if he can stay on the field, he can be a really good edge rusher. And you're just giving up on him. And I saw, like, a Giants fan was like, wow, we're going to see Abdul Carter, Kayvon, we're going to see Dexter and Brian Burns on the field at the same time. And I'm like, no, you're not. You're going to see 3 of the 4 of those guys.
Unless
2 of them are edge rushers.
Unless they have a thought to use Carter's and Burns or Burns' speed inside against the guard. Because they expect Dexter Lawrence to take the double team from the center and the other guard. In certain pass rushing situations, I could see it happening. I don't know if it'll be effective, but I could see it happening. But like you said, Thibodeau's had injury concerns in the past. So
yeah,
if you're really banking on him to play 17 games.
This is so confusing. And then from, like, a Penn State, like, not even Eagles fan perspective, from a Penn State fan, I'm tired of all these NFC East teams taking a Penn State player and doing absolutely nothing with them. Yeah. Micah Parsons needs to leave. Jahan Dotson did absolutely nothing for Washington. Saquon died and was resurrected by Philadelphia. Like, that's exactly what's going to happen with Abdul. I love Abdul. I've told you, I've told everybody in our group chat that Abdul is a better edge rushing prospect than Micah Parsons was. And Micah was a better all-around player. That dude could play safety if he wanted to. We saw him line up at corner with the Cowboys. I think that was in the Cowboys-Dolphins game a couple years ago. He can do that. But from a pure edge rushing standpoint, Abdul Carter is a better edge rusher. I don't like this at all. He can go line up against Lane Johnson or Jordan Mailata. Now, he after he got injured right at the end of the season, he majorly lined up on, like, if you're playing quarterback on the left side.
Yeah.
And after his injury, he moved to the right side. He was still dominant on both sides.
Yeah.
As dominant. But, like, my assumption is Burns is probably lining up on the left side. I mean, I guess
did that. He spent most of his career in Carolina on the blind, quote-unquote, blind side.
So he's going to be on the left side. Abdul's going to be right. So Abdul's going to be going one-on-one with Lane Johnson. Like, Lane hasn't had issues with anybody. So, like, I don't have an issue playing against him. I have an issue that he's on a crappy team. Oh, man. All right. Let's see. Who's up next? 4 is the Patriots. Oh man, Patriots need a lot of help. Who do you
Yeah,
think they go with?
I think they go with a tackle, but I don't think it's going to be Will Campbell. I think it's
Okay.
I think it's going to
Ooh,
be. Hold on, let me see.
we do have the pick.
Okay, break it for me. Let me see.
Will Campbell.
Okay, well, hey, I
as
got the position right.
as soon as you said that, as soon as you said, I don't think it's Will Campbell. Now give me your take on why you didn't think it would be Will Campbell.
I thought it was going to be the. I don't know how to say this guy. The Missouri tackle. I'm just going to say that. I'm not
Okay,
even going to
yeah,
try to butcher the man's name.
yeah,
The short arms for Will Campbell, I think, scares a lot of people.
yeah.
Even though all you have to do is look at a couple years ago, a guy by the name of Rashawn Slater, who is now in Los Angeles. I remember that was when Matt Rule was running Carolina, and he refused to even talk about Slater being a tackle because of his short arms. So now I think anytime I see someone at left tackle with short arms, that he's gonna drop because there's people that think that way. But I mean, he's a stud. I mean, he started as a true freshman at LSU, has been a rock solid anchor there the whole time. But I know the measurables matter a lot more in the NFL, so that's why I thought it might be the Missouri guy.
All right. I don't. I mean, I
But
don't.
this is
I don't.
Cleveland next.
Yeah, Cleveland is next. Yeah, when it came to offensive tackle, I mean, I knew a lot of. There were some people that had the guy from Missouri over him because of the short arms, and I mean, maybe that just makes them push him inside to guard. I mean, he was talented enough to play tackle, even despite that issue. Um, I mean, even if he doesn't work out, it kind of like what happened with Luke Jokel. Like I know he
Mm-hmm.
started off his career really bad at tackle, but then he moved into guard and he sort of resurrected his career. He was better. He wasn't this great guard, but he was better at guard than he was at tackle.
Your guy
So
last year, perfect example, Mekhi Becton.
oh yeah. I mean, Becton is. I mean, I knew when when we signed Becton that he was going to go play guard. I mean,
Stud.
it didn't make. I mean, I was thinking like, all right, he's not. Nobody's competing for left or right tackle right now.
Right.
So, and he was such a huge dude. I mean, that was the first thing I thought of was this guy's going to be playing right guard. That's going to be incredible for him. I'm so happy he got. I mean, I wish he got a bigger contract than he got with the Chargers, but I think a lot of people saw the fact that he was playing under Jeff Stoutland and playing in between Cam Jurgens and Lane Johnson that it may have been playing with them. Who knows? Maybe we'll see Becton again in 2 years on the Eagles.
He's got Bradley Bozeman at center next to him, who's a very good run blocker. I don't know who the right tackle for the Chargers is, but I think he might mesh well there with the system that Harbaugh runs, with just running.
I think it's all. Is it all the guy
they
drafted last year?
Yeah. So he went to a not as good as the Eagles, but still a good situation there between those guys. So good for him.
Yeah. All right, Cleveland back up. Who do we think Cleveland goes?
John thinks it's going to be Mason Graham, and I might have to fight him if that's the pick, man. I want Mason Graham beside Derek Brown so bad. I think that would be special.
Who else is up? We got it's probably gonna be Mason Graham. I mean, my top 5 picks were like regardless of team were Ward and Travis Hunter and Abdul Carter, Mason Graham.
Unless they go quarterback here,
Will Campbell. It's possible. They could go Shedeur. They could go Tyler Show. They could go Jackson Dart.
If they get Tyler Show right here at 5.
That would be the wildest. That would be so wild. I would lose it if I saw Tyler Show drafted. We wouldn't be able to. Nobody. All right. I already say, oh, Cleveland is picking this pick.
Okay.
They're not going to be trading it. If they like, I already say like the no on like March Madness. Oh, we do have the pick. So the Cleveland Browns have selected defensive tackle Mason Graham.
Yeah.
Ugh.
All right, Jalen Walker it is.
I mean, yeah, regardless of player, this was kind of what I saw going. Was 1 was going to be Ward, 2 was going to be Hunter, 3 was going to be Abdul, 4 was going to be Campbell or Graham, and then the other was going to go at 5.
Yeah.
After that, I don't know.
Yeah.
So, yeah, Mason Graham.
Now, does Genty right now to the Raiders, maybe? Or they needed to. I would like a run on tackle right now.
I have been saying Genty to the Raiders for so long. I feel like it's meant to be. I think for what the Raiders want. I mean, with Pete Carroll's offense, you need a running back to rely on, and they don't really have one.
No.
So you get Genty, then it's like, ooh, this is interesting. And like, I like Geno. I'm not like the biggest fan in the world of Geno, but I think he's a good quarterback. And if you can get someone like Genty running with the ball, Jacoby Myers was very consistent, very underrated last year. On top of Brock Bowers' best tight. I mean, we voted him the best tight end. I mean, I didn't think he was very close. But I mean, it's a good group to have. I mean, they probably need to get a great wide receiver 1. I mean, that's a type of team that could make a trade for, like, I mean, I don't know what top receivers available. Maybe like Tyreek Hill. Like, if they wanted to make a trade for Tyreek Hill, I'd be like, the Raiders are suddenly a pretty good team.
Yeah.
I'm thinking Genty
makes
here.
So much. Yeah, it makes so much sense because of the division they're in. They're gonna have to slow the game down, muck it up, run the ball if they're gonna try to compete with the Chiefs and the Chargers and even Denver now. So it makes sense. I would love an offensive tackle run right here at 6 and 7. Mm-hmm. I think they do need to improve their offensive line, so I think that is an option too. But it'll be interesting if Genty goes here at 6 to see if Chicago tried to trade up with Cleveland at 5 to get ahead of.
I mean, I will say this: I'm not a huge fan of Jalen Walker. I just watching him. He kind of just he looked okay at edge rusher, and he looked okay at off ball.
Yeah,
he didn't look. Nothing wowed me with him. I think the versatility might be getting people saying like, "Oh, this guy can play edge and off ball." Yeah, but he's not great at one thing or the other, and that's very concerning for me. Like, unless you're going to a team like the Vikings, like the way that Brian Flores' defense runs is like, he doesn't really run a 3-4 or 4-3. It's more like a hybrid, and you could see guys playing inside at nose tackle and then go play an edge rusher and then off ball. That would be a perfect defense for him.
Right.
Something that, like in the Andrew Van Ginkel role. But nothing really wowed me. So I mean, he can go to Carolina. I'd be okay with that.
I think what you just said is perfect. He's got to go in the right situation to be as most effective. The thing that I've keep going back to when talking to other people is if Carolina drafts him at 8, they can't do what Arizona has done when they drafted Isaiah Simmons, Xavier Collins, Hassan Reddick, and not know what he's best at and put him in that situation and try to fit him somewhere where he doesn't belong. So that's, if he is the pick for Carolina, that's my biggest worry is, do you have a plan to utilize his skill set in the correct way? And I just don't know if that's going to be the case. I could be wrong. I hope I'm wrong if that's the case, but I think he can be very good in the NFL given a certain role to be successful in.
So Mason Graham's going to be next to Myles Garrett. That's crazy. That's nuts. I mean, that's what I wanted.
Mason Graham's a stud, dude.
If Mason Graham ends up a bust, I think we all need to think like the Browns could have had Travis Hunter or Abdul Carter.
Yeah.
I want people to recognize the historical mistake this very well could be, unless if the Browns don't trade up to get a quarterback, trade back into the first round. This could be a hugely poor decision by the Browns. Now,
which is right on par with what they've done the last couple of years. So
yes, I mean, I'm not saying Mason Graham is gonna be this bust or anything, but I mean, wait, Carolina has been fielding calls for the number 8 pick.
Yeah, they made it very well known that they want to move back.
And we have the pick. We have the number 8 pick. Ashton Jeanty.
Okay. Number 6, you mean?
Or yes, Ashton Jeanty is number 6. I scared you. Ashton Jeanty to the Raiders. Yeah, I love this pick. What do you think about it?
Yeah, like I said, and like you said, I think it's for what they're going to want to do to try to be successful in their division. It was the no-brainer because they're going to have to run the ball 25, 30 times a game. They're going to have to keep other teams' offenses off the field in order to compete in that division. So, and I mean, the dude is a study. A little bit of fumbling issues, but I think that might be more because he got the ball so frequently that it's going to happen every now and then. But yeah, I think it was a good fit for him.
I love this pick. I've been all on the Jeanty going to either Chicago or Vegas train since the season ended, since the college season ended. I felt like
before or after Chicago got Ben Johnson.
Before Chicago got Ben Johnson,
because Ben Johnson, it was like that.
Yeah,
makes a ton of sense.
Because before the idea of having Caleb Williams and Ashton Jeanty in the backfield for 10, 15 years sounds really scary.
Yeah, and it would take Chicago back to being Chicago. There's a running team, and and even him, and then DeAndre Swift there still would have kind of been the Gibbs and Montgomery for Ben Johnson, but wasn't in the cards.
But yeah,
right. So who do we have now?
The New York Jets are on the clock. Now I know in our mock, I think we had them drafting the offensive tackle. I personally think that they're going to go Tyler Warren here,
and that would just kill you again.
You know what? I would be fine with it. Tyler Warren. I just want him to go somewhere where a team can utilize him to the best of his abilities. I don't care where that is. This dude can line up at H-back, line up at fullback, line up at running back. He can throw the ball. He can play right next to your tackle and play and block or go out for a pass. He can go play in the slot. He can go play out wide. I've seen him take a snap from under center and then go out and catch a touchdown pass. I have never seen any other player in the history of this game do what Tyler Warren did. So I just want a team to, the way the Saints use Taysom Hill, I want a team to to use Tyler Warren that same way. And I mean, I think in any system he can thrive because of his ability to block. He can play very well in a West Coast offense, and in a spread offense. I mean, he can line up anywhere. So I think he'll thrive no matter where he goes. If he went to the Jets, I'd be like, cool, but how are you going to pay all your guys?
Yeah, right. Sheena Quick, a Charlotte beat writer, says Dan Morgan's phone is ringing. They may have a trade partner for the 8th pick. So we're getting to.
Genty's the next Jamarcus Russell. I really like Genty. I think he fits exactly what the Raiders need. I'm really excited for the Raiders. Yeah.
There's a lot of noise right now about the Panthers trading out.
I think they're going to try and make a call with someone to jump the Saints to try and draft a quarterback, but I don't think there's going to be anybody.
I know they don't want to go too far back.
Yeah.
That's why I would kind of hope. I think it might be beneficial to Carolina if the Jets pick is a tackle here, and then someone like Miami, for instance, who Teron Armstead just retired, might want to try to jump to get a tight end, or if Tyler Warren goes here, maybe Indianapolis wants a tight end and they're worried that Loveland might not be there and they jump up. I think Colts are 14, I think. I don't think Carolina wants to go much further back than 14.
Here's something Mike Vrabel said on Will Campbell. We were mentioning possibility of him playing tackle or guard. He said he's going to be playing left tackle. So that's interesting. I'm really glad to see that they got someone to block Drake May. Drake May, I feel like this last quarterback class was amazing. Right now we don't have a single bad quarterback from that class. I mean, JJ McCarthy has yet to take a snap. And It seems like all eyes are pointing on him to be the bust.
Yeah.
Because everybody else. Yeah. Everybody's like, one of you has to be the bust. So, all of them have been really good. And, like, Bo Nix's season got overshadowed. Bo Nix would probably be the rookie of the year in any other normal year. And he was, like, third in the voting? Brock Bowers should have won in any other given year. Jane Daniels rightfully did. Drake May I think Drake May had a solid year. There's a lot of potential with Drake May. His season reminded me of Josh Allen's his rookie year. In terms of a lot of potential there. He's a raw talent.
Yeah, you could definitely see there were moments where you're like, okay, this guy's gonna be good for a long time.
We have the pick for the New York Jets. It is Armand Membu, the offensive tackle from Missouri. All
Miami,
right.
Give me a call. Because I think Jalen Walker, if that was who Carolina wants to be or wants, I think he would still be there if they move back a couple spots. They only have 9 selections this weekend, so I think moving back. Another team, honestly, that might make sense that I had mocked in the one mock draft I did at taking a tackle is San Francisco at 11. Trent Williams getting up there in age. I think it makes sense for them to potentially move up to get a tackle as well. So a couple options there.
I really like this move for the Jets. I think they have a lot riding on Justin Fields. So I think just getting him a blocker. Last year, the offensive line wasn't that great. Tyron Smith, they signed Tyron Smith, but he had injuries and he just wasn't doing that well. They do have some good pieces on the offensive line, like Vera Tucker. But I think you get someone shored up to play tackle. I really like this pick for them. And I think in the long run, it's probably a cheap option to have. Wow, they said an NFL comparison to Genty is Emmitt Smith.
Saw that. Yeah,
that's I really disagree with that. Like I try to look at like movements of players and I have a lot of history in this big brain, this big head of mine, and I don't see that at all. And that's not saying Genty Genty could very well be better than Emmitt Smith. He could be worse. Who knows? I don't know what you see in Genty that reminds you of Emmitt Smith. That's just, I don't know. It's a kind of an odd comparison.
With how much Genty's been talked about, they're just like, all right, who is the GOAT conversation of running backs? Let's just throw that name and attach it to him.
All right. Your team's up. Carolina is up. So who do you think they're going to pick?
If they stay at the pick, I think it'll be Jalen Walker. One that does intrigue me is your guy, Tyler Warren. A middle of the field guy for Bryce Young. I mean, my feelings on Bryce Young, even when he got benched early in the year. I was like, he is still a guy. So I'm glad to see how he finished the year so strong. But they still just need a ton of help on the defensive side of the ball. So I would go Jalen Walker if you keep the pick. I think they are going to spend every second of this clock they're trying to find a trade back partner because there is such depth at the edge position in this draft that they can go back. Get a guy that you and I have talked about, the Boston College guy, who I think is going to be a stud in the league because he was a stud in college.
You'll never believe what the Giants did.
Did they trade?
No. They picked up Kayvon Thibodeau's 5th-year option.
Just now?
Yeah. The GM just announced it, that Kayvon Thibodeau's 5th-year option is getting picked up.
So he's not going to get traded then.
Stupid are the Giants. Oh my goodness. All right. That's just dumb. I don't understand. You know what? And Dable is a good head coach. I think with a competent front office, Dable can be a very good head coach in this league. The issue is he doesn't have that. He has a terrible field. The MetLife Stadium, that field is the worst field in the entire NFL. You have the worst arguably the worst front office in the whole league, and you're just trying. He's just trying to make do with what he's got.
Yeah.
He's come out and said, "I'm going to be
at this point."
Yeah. He's come out and said, like, I'm going to be drafting who I feel is best for the franchise and not who I'm told to draft. And I'm like, good for you. I mean, he did draft the best player available. I respect that. Yeah. I also think there are a lot of other things you could have done. So, I don't know. That's so weird. Yeah. It's just so weird. Yeah, so Carolina, I think Tyler Warren makes a lot of sense for them.
The only reason I would say they don't go Warren is because they gave Tommy Tremble an extension in the offseason, and they just drafted Jatavian Sanders last year. So, which Jatavian Sanders is the pass-catching guy. He had the most receiving yards for a rookie tight end in Panther history this past year. So I think that would be the reason they don't go Warren. But the Swiss Army knife ability that he has that you've talked about at length makes it at least a conversation.
Yeah. I also think I don't think offensive line is a necessity anymore for Carolina. I think if this was last year, I would be saying it, but I think it might be an issue maybe a couple years from now, but I mean, we all need to improve in some areas, but
they haven't picked up Icky's 5th-year option yet. And Taylor Moton, they did something interesting. They could have given him an extension to kind of draw out his cap hit a little bit, and they chose not to. He's a guy that during the season would not practice during the week because he's got bad knees. So he's on the last year of his deal. So picking a tackle at 8 would be a little rich because of the holes that you still have to fill on the team.
Mm-hmm.
But if they do, it's because they think that this is probably Taylor Moton's last year in Carolina, and they want to keep a good core together and give whoever they would pick at 8. The pick is in for Carolina, it looks like.
And I have not gotten an update yet.
I haven't either, but I just saw it come across ESPN.
I think it'll be an edge rusher. I'm pretty confident. I'm pretty confident the whole NFC South outside of the Bucs. You know what? I'd even include the Bucs. The whole NFC South needs edge rushers. I mean, we all kind of need edge rushers.
One that's been talked about a good bit for them too, and I've heard kind of moving up boards in the last couple of days is Walter Nolan as well. He's a D tackle, but he's a guy that would make sense for Carolina as well because their whole defensive line needs help. So you couldn't go wrong picking anybody on the
D-line. I know the pick is in, and it was actually something I was going to mention, but I was like, you know what? I'm just going to talk about Tyler Warren. Tet McMillan.
Okay.
So you get a wide receiver. The number 1 wide receiver taken off the board. So how you feeling about that?
I mean, they do need help. They didn't upgrade the wide receiver room in the offseason. I don't think the wide receiver room was good enough to run it back with. So I thought that it'd be maybe day 2 that they took a wide receiver, but Tet McMillan has ball skills that are special and has breakaway speed too that I've seen. So I think that he can. The one thing that Carolina lacks is a deep ball guy.
Mm-hmm.
Adam Thielen's too old. He's a slot guy. Xavier Legette had kind of an up and down season. They brought back David Moore, who's nothing to really write home about, and Jalen Coker is more of a possession guy as an undrafted guy last year. So it makes sense for them to want to get a stretch the field kind of guy, and they didn't get that in free agency. So I thought he would, if they traded back, he would be someone that they would prioritize potentially. I didn't think at 8, but it does still kind of make sense that they're now saying, hey, Bryce proved last year that he's the guy going forward. Let's give him every opportunity to be successful.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not a huge fan of this receiving class. This might be my least favorite receiving class that I've seen in a very long. I don't remember the last time I saw a receiving class not that good. This one, I think all the receivers are solid. They're good. They're good receivers. I'm not a huge fan of Tet McMillan. But he plays the opposite of what Thielen does. Thielen is still a very good route runner, still very good, has very good footwork, still very good possession receiver. And Tet does the opposite. Tet is a physical receiver. He can play downfield. My issues with him was his footwork and his route running. Yeah. But because he plays the opposite of Thielen, they play complementary to one another. So I think maybe this does bode well for Carolina.
Yeah, and you got to think he's going to be in a meeting room every day with Adam Thielen. He's going to be on a practice field every day with Adam Thielen for at least the next year. So
yep.
Hopefully he can learn a thing or two from him. But I think ultimately I'm a defensive guy at heart, and I love getting sacks, so that's where my head always goes. But it does make sense from your head coach is an offensive-minded guy. He was a wide receivers coach in Seattle. So the more you kind of dissect it and get away from the major need on this team, which is edge rusher, which we have already discussed. It's a deeper edge rusher class than a wide receiver class. So you could get a better edge rusher in the second round than you can a wide receiver in the second round. So that might have gone into their thinking as well.
All right. The Saints are on the clock. If we draft Tyler Warren, I'm going nuts. I will go nuts. I don't think it's going to happen. We signed Juwan Johnson to the extension. Yep. I love Juwan. Big fan of Juwan. If we get 2 Penn State tight ends, the 2 would be incredible. Juwan was a wide receiver at Penn State when he was there, but he switched to tight end. Yeah, he switched to tight end when he was in the NFL. It was more of a, if you don't switch to tight end, you're probably going to just be a UFL wide receiver. That was what basically his career was on the line with that, and it was a career defining move. He's been a really solid tight end. I would love it. I mean, I think with Kellen Moore, we're probably going to be having Foster Moreau play Grant Calcaterra's role and Juwan Johnson play Dallas Goedert's role in his offense. So I don't really see a need for Tyler Warren.
And you already have Tyler Warren on your roster and Taysom Hill too.
Another thing is like we have that Swiss Army knife already.
You just want 11 gadget guys on the field at all times.
But handing the keys to the Swiss Army knife from Taysom to Tyler would be incredible.
It'd be my demise, but yeah, incredible for you.
I just don't want it to be Jackson Dart. Otherwise, I'm okay with any other pick. I'm okay with a quarterback. I'm okay with an offensive lineman. I'm okay with an edge rusher, corner. Safety is probably the one position I'm kind of like, not really. Linebacker, I'm okay with because we'd end up they'd probably be taking over for DeMario whenever DeMario decides to hang it up. Running back, if we drafted a Marion Hampton here, it'd be like, why? We have other problems. Receiver, I'd be fine with too, but I don't really like the receiving class this year, so I'm not a huge fan of that. I just don't want it to be Jackson Dart, so I'm okay with anything.
What about?
Josina said we're not drafting a quarterback. Thank you.
Okay. So that eliminates one. What about Mikael Williams from Georgia?
I like him.
Replace Cam Jordan.
Of both. Here's the issue, and we were mentioning that when we were doing the mock, is Mikael is a 4-3 end, and the Saints are switching to a 3-4 this year. So I don't even know what we're doing with Jordan Cameron.
Yeah, that was gonna be my question. Yeah,
the pick is in. I like it. Kelvin Banks Jr., offensive lineman.
Okay,
I like it. That was what I wanted. I was completely okay with offensive line. I like the pick. I'm pretty sure that was the number one offensive lineman. There was the offensive line group. There's like 10 guys that are really good, and he was one of them. So I'm okay with this safe pick. Like I've been saying the whole time, I don't think you should just go draft a quarterback and throw them into the situation. So
especially because they just declined Penning's 5th-year option, right?
Yes. And Penning has so much potential. Like if Penning was on the Eagles, right? And he was coached by Stoutland. If Stoutland, or if vice versa, if Stoutland was on the Saints and he was coaching Penning, he'd probably be an all-pro tackle. Like he has the skill set to be a very good tackle, but dude does not have a head on his shoulders. He's constantly picking fights with everybody, whether that's on your team or not. And I'm just like, dude, you need to chill out, man.
Yeah, it's good for a moment, but not a career. So I love the pick. I'm completely okay. We didn't go like all out. Everybody was saying we need a receiver, but I love having Olave and Rashid Shaheed. Rashid Shaheed's awesome. And Kamara, I like the group that we have, and I like the idea of building the offensive line because offensive line needs to be better. And try and if we don't like trade up and draft a quarterback, or if we don't like draft a quarterback in the second round and we have to go with Rattler because Carr can't play, I'm okay with playing Rattler all next year. Like if he doesn't do well, then it's like, oh well, we get it. We can draft a quarterback in the first round next year. I will do anything to have Arch Manning in a Saints uniform. I will.
All right, Chicago's on the board, and now someone mentioned, it might have been John. I don't remember who. Someone mentioned, like, because Cole Kmet, it might have been you too.
Yeah,
Because Cole
no,
Kmet.
I
Who
remember
was
that
that?
conversation. I can't
Yeah.
remember who it was, but I was like,
It
man,
might
I
have been
don't think they'll
John.
go Warren because of Komet.
Yeah. This was an idea that we thought of. Now, we all agree that Cole Kmet he's an okay tight end. He's not this like great tight end, but especially with Caleb Williams, we kind of all figured that he would just break out, and he just did okay. And I think yeah, Tyler Warren would be fantastic with Caleb Williams, but I think there are just other needs right now. I mean, I think this very well could be another offensive lineman off the board.
Yeah, I was thinking, who do they have on the opposite side of Montez Sweat?
Yeah, they don't.
So edge rusher here. I'm trying to put in my brain, what does Detroit have from Ben Johnson's time there that Chicago's lacking that he would want here at 9? Genty would have been that guy. He's not here, or at 10, excuse me. So I think offensive line makes sense, but I also think maybe an edge rusher, Jalen Walker, Mikael Williams, one of those guys.
Wait a minute. Let's see. Slide. All right. Yeah, people are saying, oh, Shedeur Sanders is on a slide now. This is kind of what we figured, that like if he doesn't go to the Saints, then it's like, all right, this guy's gonna fall. The question is, where does he fall to? I mean, I'm thinking I think a team is gonna trade up and jump Pittsburgh for him. That might be Cleveland. That's probably my best bet, is that Cleveland's going to trade one of those picks in the second round to try and, I mean, they just got another first rounder for next year. You could theoretically trade one of the two that you have next year and get Shedeur if you wanted to. I don't know where, remember when Will Levis fell?
Yeah. Everyone thought that he was going to go before. We talked about that earlier today, that he'd go before Stroud, and he fell. So, yeah, now we're getting to the point where there's still a lot of good defensive talent. The pick is in, and I can see them going more defense.
What? The Bears drafted Colston Loveland.
Oh, wow. So they had him higher than Warren. That's interesting.
That's crazy. I'm so mad at Chicago right now. Oh, that's so stupid.
They must see him more like a Sam Laporta guy than they do Tyler Moore. That's the only explanation.
I can see that. And
now, imagine the 49ers with Tyler Warren. George Kittle on one side, Tyler Warren on the other, Ayuk out wide, McCaffrey in the backfield, Ricky Pearsall on the other side. Sir,
I don't want that.
That's
I don't
nasty.
want that. I don't want
that's
that.
nasty.
I
don't think it'll happen.
When you said he must view him as Sam Laporta, I was like, I see that. Like because like when I was scouting all the tight ends, I think I had him as my number 3 tight end. Tyler Warren was my number 1. I think Tyler Warren is a generational tight end prospect. I mean, I've never seen a tight end do what he can do. I think
the only people that didn't have him at number 1 was obviously Chicago. Maybe only people on the planet.
There were people who had him above Tyler, and it's because they looked at his speed, which, I mean, yeah, he's faster than Tyler Warren, but let's be honest here. Let's name the fastest tight ends in the NFL right now. Ooh, never mind. The Niners just made a pick. They're drafting Michael Williams.
Okay. I mean, they lost Leonard Floyd.
That is interesting. That is an interesting pick.
I did not expect Tyler Warren to be the one to slip.
I mean, I was telling
Dallas.
I don't even want to think about Dallas right now.
That's I really how don't. It's meant to be for you, sir.
I'm gonna be so mad if that happens. I'm getting a headache thinking about that. I don't even know what pick Dallas is at again. They're 13, 12.
They're 12, so
yeah,
they would be on the clock now.
Yeah. Yeah, Loveland looked like he would be a really good tight end, but let's get back to we're talking about the fastest tight ends. Evan Ingram, Kyle Pitts. This is probably the two fastest tight ends. I mean, can you think of anybody else that is probably in that conversation? I mean, those two were immediately popped in my head.
Yeah, those are
And I mean, Kyle Pitts is not that great. He's for what he should be. He's not even. He's probably not even 75% of that. Evan Ingram is a solid. Since he left the Giants, he's been a really solid tight end.
It's crazy how that happened.
It's crazy. We're going to see that with Abdul Carter when he comes to the Eagles in 2030. And I don't feel like the tight end position you should care about speed at all. And like the one notable tight end who is really fast and really good was Vernon Davis.
Yeah.
But he didn't have he had a long career, but his prime was very short. So I mean, I don't think you need to worry about whether you're fast or not. I mean, you need to probably worry about, are you a solid blocker and can you be a good receiving option? And that's Tyler Warren is an elite blocker. I mean, I feel like Tyler Warren could go play left tackle if he was like 2 inches taller. He's just that good of a blocker. So, and Loveland, you know, he looked really good. There was nothing that really stood out for me with him. And I think wherever he goes, he's probably gonna be a really good tight end. I really hope Tyler Warren just goes to a team with a really good quarterback where he can just ball out. I'm really rooting for him. But these next like 3 picks are not great options for him right now. I'm really hoping,
man. Dallas is happening.
I'm really hoping that the Eagles pull a trade where we send Goddard our first this year, a second next year, to the Colts for the 14th pick, because the Colts said they were they wanted a tight end, and guess who knows Goddard more than anyone? Shane Steichen.
Yeah. Why would you trade for an older tight end? When you can get Tyler Warren on a rookie contract.
And you could look at it that way.
We have to be serious draft capital.
Yes, and that's the thing. I mean, unless Steichen really likes Dallas Goedert and doesn't really care for Tyler Warren, I don't think any tight end really fits the Colts right now because of Anthony Richardson and Daniel Jones. Both quarterbacks do not like throwing to their tight ends. I mean, I told Giants fans this when Darren Waller signed with them. I was like, Darren Waller isn't going to do anything. Daniel Jones just doesn't like throwing to tight ends.
Yeah.
And they're like, oh, but Darren Waller isn't just a tight end. Like, he's basically a wide receiver. I'm like, no, he's not. He's a tight end. Yeah. Like, this dude's not like Kyle Pitts theoretically could go line up out wide. And he should make the transition to wide receiver.
Yeah.
But I'm literally getting messages right now saying if Warren goes to the Cowboys, I'm going to bed. That's what one of my friends just said. So
Dan
yeah,
Orlovsky said that his favorite pick so far was Panthers taking Ted McMillan, which is interesting. I haven't listened to what exactly he's saying, but I find that interesting.
I think that was a good selection.
Yeah.
I really just I want to get past this pick right now.
You're so nervous.
I want them to go Matthew Golden or something. Like I told you guys, I was like, everybody likes Ted McMillan, so the Cowboys are going to go with the next guy.
Yeah, exactly.
That's just what they do. And they'll probably, watch them draft Mike Green.
Preparing for Michael Parsons to leave.
The Cowboys could go a lot of different positions here. Like they could go quarterback. They could or not. They could theoretically go quarterback and surprise everybody.
Mm-hmm.
They could go safety, edge rusher. They could go anywhere.
Yeah, I've got a couple of buddies that are Cowboys fans, and they told me not to trash them too much, so to take it easy on them. But I think they have a lot of holes, so they would be a trade down.
Falcons just tweeted out an emoji, the salute emoji. I don't know what that means.
That would be something, them trading up and selecting Tyler Warren.
Well, I told when I was in streams with Terry, I told him, I said, don't be shocked if you guys like draft a wide receiver. And I know all of them hated that idea, but I was like, just giving another weapon to Penix.
Yeah.
You need to give him stuff. Like you do need an edge rusher. And I mean, if they're going to trade up here, I assume it's for Jalen Walker.
Yeah, that's my Michael Williams.
Yeah, Michael Williams being off the board. I mean, actually, this is the first. I haven't seen many that had Michael going before Jalen because of Jalen's versatility. Wait,
wait, the 49ers drafted Williams. I don't know why I'm bringing him up again.
This pick is taking way too long. I just want it to be over.
I think the reason Walker is sliding a little bit is because people might not know where to play him exactly. It's like the versatility can be a blessing and a curse. Because like you said, he does everything good, but nothing great.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, do we really want to take good everywhere, or would we rather get someone that's great in one spot?
Yeah.
So that might be why he's sliding a little bit.
Yeah, like Mike Bowers just said, been a long time since you've seen a versatile tight end as Warren. Yeah, I mean, has anyone ever seen a tight end as versatile as Tyler Warren? I have scouted a lot of tight ends. I know a lot of the history of the NFL. I've never seen a tight end at any level, high school, peewee, Canadian Football League, European League, NFL, college in Canada, college in Europe. I ain't never see a tight end do what Tyler Warren did. And it was so, like, I want people who are a fan of their team to imagine a tight end doing what he did for their team. Mm-hmm. And it's just, it was mind-boggling to even watch. I mean, he got a Heisman vote. I personally, I thought he was a better player last year than Abdul Carter. I really thought Tyler Warren was going to be drafted ahead of Abdul Carter when the season ended. And obviously teams need edge rushers more than tight ends. I thought maybe Tyler Warren's historic season would have changed things, but I guess not. Do we think the Cowboys are, or do we think the Cowboys might be trying to trade? Because it's been a minute. You're taking wait. This is the longest we've had to take with any of the picks. Oh.
So
man.
Dave Canales said that Tet became the pick when the Browns took Mason Graham at 5. Dadgummit.
Yeah.
Couldn't have just taken now if the Browns trade back in and take Sanders, I'll actually be really pissed. It's like you could have just taken him at 5 and we all could have been happy.
Yeah.
Oh man. Are we sure Jerry Jones is awake?
Yeah, it's probably past his bedtime. Oh man. Oh, I just want them to make their pick already. Yeah, I hate them so much. Yeah, the Giants officially exercised their 5th-year option of Kayvon Thibodeau. That's just stupid. See, I'm in a division full of just stupid people.
I just don't understand what was the point of waiting until after you drafted Abdul Carter to make that. Was okay, if we don't draft Abdul Carter, we're not going to pick it up. That makes 0 sense.
Yeah, I don't quite understand that at all. Oh, that's right. Robert Saleh did go back to the Niners. I forgot about that.
Yeah.
So, yeah, good for them. Dan Morgan says the Panthers are done drafting tonight.
Yeah.
So
you won't expect them to. The second they were on a press conference 5 minutes after they were drafting, I was okay. Yeah. They're going to bed.
Yeah.
They only have 8 more picks and a ton of holes. I won't be surprised if they try to trade up in the second round. Right. They don't pick till 57.
The pick is in, and it's actually someone I thought they would end up picking. It is our first guard, Tyler Booker.
Okay. Are they moving Tyler Smith to tackle? Was he a tackle this year?
I think he was a tackle.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure he was a tackle.
That makes sense.
With Zach Martin retiring, I assume this is just going to be his replacement. I mean, it was kind of a shocker. I mean, I think people who were close within the NFC East kind of knew Zach Martin's injuries over the last year have kind of piled up. So it wasn't that much of a shocker. It was surprising to see like a future Hall of Famer retire so early. So I think it shocked the Cowboys to the point that they didn't really know what they were going to do. So yeah, I mean, Cowboys draft Tyler Booker. Someone said they called him the Will Anderson Jr. of the Alabama offense. That's a bold statement.
Yeah.
That's quite the statement there. Buddy. I mean, yeah, you got a lot of pressure when you're going to be replacing a future Hall of Famer at guard.
And being compared to, yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, we looked at 8 years ago, the Cowboys had Travis Frederick at center, Zach Martin at guard, Tyron Smith at tackle, and they were the best offensive line in football. Some people argue they were the best offensive line in history. And they were making Zeke lead the league in rushing in his first year. I mean, some people thought he was going to run for 2,000 in his first year. I wouldn't be shocked if the Raiders had a really good offensive line draft, if Gentry gets that talk. Like, is Gentry going to rush for 2,000 yards? But to this day, I have yet to see comparisons like that, like having a rookie come out of college and be like, is he going to run for 2,000 yards? Like, and the Cowboys, they have a completely different offensive line since then. Frederick's retired, Martin's retired, Tyron Smith left the team. Now he's retired. They had La'el Collins. And yeah, I mean, I guess Tyler Smith's their best offensive lineman right now, which is kind of crazy. So the Dolphins are on the clock at 13.
They still have Jonnu Smith, right? I'm just thinking of your guy, Tyler.
Yes.
So that might take.
Yes.
They should probably go tackle here. Maybe a guy like Josh Simmons, maybe Ohio State guy. Might make sense for them.
That would be a good pick. Because they had Teron Armstead retire,
or maybe even interior defensive line. Still haven't filled the void of Christian Wilkins.
Yeah. So how many offensive linemen do we have drafted?
Yeah, that was my big thing, right?
Will Campbell, Armand Membu, Kelvin Banks.
Just those three right now.
Tyler Booker. So we have 4 already in the first 12 picks. I mean, I kind of thought that was going to happen. Like, it's just this draft has like 5 great players, and then the rest are like, they're good.
Yeah.
In a normal draft, they maybe go first round. Right. And normally in drafts that are weak like this, you tend to see a lot of offensive linemen go because people are like, all right, I just want to build the trenches. And that's kind of what we're seeing here. I mean, I think Miami should go offensive line. I think they need to. Even if Armstead didn't retire, you need to protect Tua with his life. Like, do something. Protect that man. But they're not. They're probably just going to draft Golden, the
I was thinking
wide receiver.
Walter Nolan for the interior defensive line.
That's a good pick.
As well. That's who I
because they were
had in my mock draft. I had them taking Walter Nolan here.
Yeah, because I mean they really lost that when Christian Wilkins left. I liked what the heck was his name? I had him in our dynasty league. It's Zach Sealer.
Zettler.
He's been really good for them, but I think he's a little too old to be leading to be their best run stopper, really. So I think Walter Nolan would be a really good pick.
If that happens, and you would have told Indianapolis that they would get Tyler Warren at 14, they would have gotten you like drug tested. That's crazy.
Yeah, and I think I trust Steichen can figure out different ways to use Tyler Warren. I just can't trust their quarterbacks to
find them open,
utilize Tyler Warren. I trust Tyler Warren to throw the ball more than I trust either of their quarterbacks. I mean, Tyler Warren's going to go switching and playing quarterback. Oh, man. Yeah. Even if they don't draft, if the Colts don't draft Tyler Warren, I really hope Howie Roseman is on the phone with someone to trade up and get Tyler Warren.
Is Steichen on the hot seat this year?
Yeah, he kind of is. I don't really blame him. I just don't think they've added much to that team. Like I think they put so much on Anthony Richardson, and we're like, hey, you need to be our franchise quarterback. And because of that, they kind of shifted to other areas. Instead of trying to make him better, they tried to make other areas better. And I just don't think they did enough for Anthony Richardson. And I just don't think Anthony Richardson is a good quarterback. I think he was the prototypical strong arm, mobile quarterback. Like if I said this quarterback has a cannon for an arm and is as mobile as like Cam Newton, you'd probably, and is a huge dude,
as big as Cam Newton,
people are going to flock. And that was, and people had Cam Newton mock comparisons to Anthony Richardson, and I didn't see that. Cam was, Cam firsthand, but I'll tell you from playing against him that he was a lot different than just a strong quarterback who could run. I mean, he was making people look silly out there. I mean, I will forever remember him juking out the whole Patriots defense and then running
I was at that game
towards the sideline.
I was there. Yeah.
That's incredible. Oh, we do have the pick. The Miami Dolphins, you said Walter Nolan, which is interesting. They're going to be going Kenneth Grant.
Okay.
So they do go defensive tackle, but they go Kenneth Grant.
You know what's funny? I talk about how Indianapolis would have not believed you if you said Tyler Warren was there at 14. I just looked at my mock draft again. I had Tyler Warren going to Indianapolis at 14.
Nice.
I don't know why I had him sliding. I had the Jets taking a tackle, and I had, but if you look at it too, you guys might not, if he doesn't get picked by Indianapolis, you might not have to be on the phone as early as you think, because you have, after them, Atlanta, they have Kyle Pitts. They're not drafting Tyler Warren. Then you have Arizona. They're not drafting Tyler Warren. They just re-signed Trey McBride.
Mm-hmm.
The Bengals, they have to go deep. Like, they just can't take another offensive guy.
They also just re-signed Gesicki to that contract.
Right. Yeah. So then you get to 18, Seattle would be an option.
They just re-signed Fant. All right. The pick is in for the Colts. That was quick. It is Tyler Warren.
Yeah.
Good for Tyler. I'm happy for him. All right. I'm glad he goes to an offense that I'm familiar with.
I was about to say you can still kind of root for him.
Yeah. All right. Tyler Warren. All right. So I didn't even have time to put Indianapolis on the clock. All right. Atlanta is on the clock at 50.
This is where Jalen Walker will go, and he will haunt Carolina for the next 10 years.
I flat out told all these Falcons fans and me in Terry's stream, I said, I hope you guys get Jalen Walker. So I'm just
Georgia guy. It's going to happen.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I liked Mykel Williams more than I liked Tyler Warren. Or not Tyler Warren. Mykel Williams more than I liked Jalen Walker.
You know, I'm just going to throw this out there. They let go of Grady Jarrett in the offseason, too. Did they replace him? Walter Nolan, defense interior. Could be an option. They just need a lot of help on the defensive line as a whole.
I will say, I mean, in every conversation I've had with all these Falcons fans that I've met in the last, couple months, the conversation was always edge rusher first, offensive line, mostly interior offensive line.
Yeah, because they lost their center.
Secondary, and then linebacker.
Could that be where we see our first secondary guy? We haven't seen one yet, right?
We have not. I mean, could this be where Malachi Starks goes? Will Johnson?
Jihad. You know, that's
Jihad Barron. Yeah, that's we yeah, you really love him.
I was trying to get him to go in the top
10. Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty confident they go Walker here. I'd be shocked if they didn't go Walker. I really hope they butcher this because I'm pretty sure Terry might be on tomorrow or day 3, and I would love to talk to him about that.
Was he not wanting him?
No. If they butcher this and go someone just like a wide receiver, if they go Golden, that would be funny. I kept joking around with them, telling them, "Oh, you guys are gonna go quarterback again."
I mean, who the heck knows, dude?
Yeah. We'll see. I'm really happy for Tyler Warren. I'm so glad that he's getting to play in a good scheme. I just really hope the Colts figure something out at quarter. The Colts are a type of team that should go trade for Kirk Cousins. I think they need to do that. It's not like a want. Daniel Jones and Anthony Richardson, I don't think it like. Congratulations, you have 2 draft busts. Like that's not gonna work.
What if you ran? Now that they have Tyler Warren, kind of like a makeshift wildcat, where Warren's the quarterback, Richardson's the running back.
I would be all for that.
I don't hate that. As
a Tyler Warren stan, I'm all for that. I will. Yeah, Tyler Warren's my guy. I'm so happy for Tyler Warren. I'm Abdul Carter. I feel so bad for you, bro. But both my Penn State guys went. Neither of them fell. Tyler Warren fell a little bit. He probably should have been number 1, but my gut feeling is Colston's going to have a better start to his career, and we'll see how their careers unfold. I think Colston kind of has I think he kind of has it all lined up for him to be successful immediately. I don't think Tyler Warren quite has that. Yeah. So, and Tyler Warren, he can be a good blocker too. So, I mean, his pro comp was Jeremy Shockey. That's a stupid comparison. That's so dumb. I don't know who. That's so stupid. I mean, all right, I loved watching Shockey. Shockey was cool. I have a Jeremy Shockey Giants jersey in my closet. I got to watch him at the end of his career when he was at the Saints. He was so cool. That's a terrible comparison.
Yeah.
I don't have a comparison for Tyler Warren. There are certain players that you just don't have a comparison for. I don't have a Does anyone have a comparison for Travis Hunter? Because I don't know who would. I don't have a like we're watching highlights of Tyler Warren just body everybody blocking. He's blocking everybody.
Hey, look there, Wildcat. There you go.
Yeah, this is gonna be so fun. I can't wait for Tyler Warren.
I would say more George Kittle than Jeremy Shockey.
Yes. He took a hit there. I remember that game.
I think back to Loveland. I think Ben Johnson is going to manufacture catches for him earlier.
Yes.
Than Tyler Warren's going to get in Indianapolis.
Yes, I agree. There's the play where he goes and lines up and snaps the ball and then goes and catches the ball for a touchdown. That's just incredible. This guy is awesome. Look at his career offensive snaps. This dude is lining up at center, slot receiver, tight end, split wide.
One snap at center and 1 touchdown. Why did you only run that play 1 time?
Crazy.
Is my question.
I can't believe we ran it at all. When I was watching it, I was trying to find Tyler Warren. I had no idea where he was because I'm not looking at who's snapping the ball. And then I look at like where we're passing. I'm like, you got to be kidding me. I was like, who is this? I didn't think it was Tyler Warren catching the ball. I thought it was our center. And then all of a sudden I see 44. I'm like, all right, that's incredible. Like this guy's, I have a hard time. Like I had to compare him to Taysom Hill in terms of his versatility. That's really all I can. They're 2 completely different body types.
Yeah.
And Taysom's really fast, and Tyler's not. But both have very similar functions. Taysom has a much better arm than Tyler does. Tyler probably needs to work on that. Tyler was actually a quarterback in high school.
But James Franklin was saying that earlier this afternoon.
But he took like years off of not throwing the ball. So he looks like a peewee quarterback throwing the ball every time he throws. Atlanta's still on the clock. We're waiting on their pick. We assumed it was going to be Jalen Walker soon. They're taking their sweet old time to draft the kicker. Man. Yeah, I mean, they could go Malachi Starks here. Could go Jalen Walker. Could go offensive line. I feel like offensive line, all the top guys are pretty much gone. I mean, like I said before, there's 10 guys that are like really good, but the top guys I think are gone now. So
yeah,
I think now you got to look at just go defense. I mean, it's pretty simple.
I agree. Give me 1 second. I had an AirPod die. Let me get the other one. So you're just gonna all weekend just sit here all weekend and do this, huh?
Oh yeah, I am. Yeah, this is gonna be tough. Tomorrow I'm probably gonna go see the movie Sinners.
Yeah,
I've heard great things about it. Terry was actually gonna invite me. We're planning on doing a review of Sinners. I wanted to see it last weekend, but just didn't get time. And plus my theater was just like filling up. So I was like, all right, I guess I'm not going to see it this weekend.
Yeah.
So, I'll probably see that tomorrow and then do this.
I'm going to try to hop on tomorrow, but Saturday during the day with 2 kiddos, man, that won't. Oh. Can't be doing that.
Completely get that. I understand. Even though I don't have kids, I have dogs. I have cats.
Hey, I got my dog, Olsen, chilling here with me.
Nice.
I told my wife we could get a dog, but it had to be named after a Panther player, and I'd let her pick. So, Olsen it was.
Nice. All right. Atlanta, of course you would of course Atlanta. They might run out of time. I've never seen. I mean, I know it happened one time with the Vikings, but I've never seen someone run out of time.
That's the one thing I don't understand. Is like you had months to go over every scenario in the book.
It's not Jalen Walker here. That's what a Falcons source has said. It's not Jalen Walker. That's interesting. I mean,
I think people don't know where to put him.
Yeah. I mean, I had a hard time believing that anyone thought he was this great prospect. I mean, I thought he was okay at a couple things. I think his versatility told me like, hey, you could be a day 2 pick, but then people thought he was a day 1 pick, and I was like, oh, okay, all right. Shedeur Sanders getting drafted by Atlanta.
I mean,
we talk about how I would laugh. I'd have to walk out of the room.
Yeah.
If I saw the Falcons, someone asked if the Falcons
pick
are on
is
autograph.
in. They made it. They made it.
Atlanta. Who you picking, Atlanta?
What's the prediction?
I'm gonna go Will Johnson here.
Okay, I'm gonna go Walter Nolan.
I'm not. Oh, here we go. Wait, what? All right, I guess that Falcons beat writer was wrong. It's Jalen Walker.
Oh, okay, there you go.
That one Falcons beat writer is going to get a lot of stern comments on his post.
Yeah.
Yeah, we kind of this felt like it was going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, it was inevitable. Georgia guy. You lost Grady Jarrett. One of the big things talked about Jalen Walker is how much of a leader he was.
Yeah.
And a locker room guy. Get you a leader a young leader, I should say. They have Matthew Judon. But get you a young leader.
Mm-hmm.
It makes sense.
So, Arizona is on the clock. This is a team that I just have no idea where they could go.
Let's see. Who did I have them? I had them going Will Johnson.
I just have no idea. Like, they could theoretically go any position, and I'd be like, yeah, really outside of
quarterback and tight
end. Yeah, I think their offensive line's pretty good.
Running back maybe too.
James Connors. I mean, Yeah, James Conner's not is getting up there. I mean, I think they still like him a little. I think when you look at their offense, I don't know how you look at the offense and say this offense is going to win us a Super Bowl.
Right.
Like how? Like it reminds me of the Eagles offense pre AJ Brown, like in 2021. Like when we had Devontae, Heisman winning wide receiver. We had Jalen Hurts, he looked like he had a lot of potential. We had some good guys here and there and a good offensive line, but we needed some sort of spark. And I feel like Arizona needs to like make a trade for some top receiver, trade this pick, and take that next step, take that leap.
Right.
If you feel like you can win a Super Bowl with Kyler Murray, you need to take that leap and make a trade for an experienced veteran instead of trying to hope in the draft. A Falcons beat writer says he wants this to be Derek Harmon. It's not a bad pick.
No.
I mean,
dude, I'm telling you though, Jalen Walker is going like his first game against Carolina. He's going to have 3 sacks and a forced fumble. I can already book it.
Yeah, I don't know. His tape just... He almost did what Abdul Carter did, but he did it at like a complete tier down.
Yeah, like I would say is Frankie Luvu. You don't really know where to play him. You kind of play him all over.
Yeah.
But he's going to be at his best just getting on the edge and getting after the passer.
Yeah.
He'll be okay as an inside backer, but his best is if you have like a spy guy. They literally just said it as soon as I said it, but he'd be good for that. But he's one of those guys where it's like he's not as good as a Micah Parsons. I think a Frankie Luvu type role is what makes the most sense. But when you talk about Frankie Luvu, he was not drafted first round, 15 overall. Right. He was an undrafted guy. Went to the Jets, didn't really do anything. Came to Carolina, signed as a special teams guy, and then balled out. So spending a top 8 pick like Carolina would have done for him would have definitely been a little rich.
Yeah. This is probably the most boring pick for me in the whole draft is Arizona. Like, I don't think there's a pick here that I'd be like, that was awesome. Like, I can't believe that Arizona did this. Like, if they drafted Malachi Starks, I'd be like, yeah, you need it. Like, I mean, you need help in a lot of places.
Is there a glaring person still on the board that I'm not aware of? All the top guys have been taken, right?
Outside of quarterbacks, I mean, Shador's still on the board.
I'm gonna stick with my pick in my mock draft of Will Johnson.
Yeah,
we haven't had a
DB still there
taken yet.
Right. And they need I think they need a corner because they have forget who their starter is. He's good, but like there are better corners.
I know they have Murphy Bunting.
Murphy Bunting, that's who I was thinking of. Yes, Murphy Bunting. He's good. I wouldn't call him this like great corner, but he's okay. Like he can be a really good cornerback too. I wouldn't like having him as the cornerback 1 feels like a bit much.
Okay, what about my guy, Jahad Barron? A little Swiss Army knife to go with Budda Baker.
I think if any Swiss Army knife is going to go, it's probably going to be Malachi Starks here.
Yeah.
The pick is in. Who did you have in your mock draft?
Will Johnson.
It is Walter Nolan.
I've been talking about
Um,
him since Miami at 13.
yeah. So that's an interesting pick.
It kind of makes sense if you think about it. Jonathan
Yeah.
Gannon coming from Philly. He
Mhm.
got Josh Sweat in the offseason. He wants to build that defensive line. So
Yeah.
when you look at it that way, kind of makes sense that they would go keep building.
I mean, this can be your your low budget Jalen Carter pick. Like if because I love this guy's explosiveness. That was the one thing when I was scouting him. I was like, this dude is incredible. It's funny that the two of my favorite prospects I said at the beginning of the video were Tyler Warren and Walter Nolan, and both of them go to former
Philly
Philadelphia
guys.
uh,
It's almost like it's
coordinators.
in your blood.
Yeah, I mean, I really loved Walter Nolan's explosiveness, and I thought pairing him with Jordan Davis and Jalen Carter would have been incredible. But I think he does fit that. I mean, if he puts on a little bit more weight, he can be that Jordan Davis role. But even if he doesn't, you can be that Jalen Carter role for Arizona, and you have Calais Campbell back there. So Calais Campbell's still playing at a high level.
Yes.
And they signed Josh Sweat. I think they signed him a little bit to too much money.
Yeah.
But I mean, they basically are building in a Philadelphia style offense defensive line, and good for them. Good for Arizona. So next up is Cincinnati. Who we think Cincinnati's going to go with?
Somebody on the defense.
Yeah, we all agreed on that.
Yeah. I mean, edge makes a lot of sense. They lost not Trey Hendrickson. What's it? Sam Hubbard. He retired.
Yeah.
Trey Hendrickson, don't know what's going to happen with him.
Mm-hmm.
So an edge guy here, maybe our Boston College guy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Donovan
talked a lot about. Might make some sense here.
Yeah. I had no idea. I was trying to pronounce his name, and this morning I woke up and I kept calling him Easy E. So I'm just calling him Easy E. I gave him that's gonna be Donovan's nickname. I will do my best to try and pronounce his name. In fact, as soon as he's drafted, I will be Googling his pronunciation. But right now I'm calling him Easy E because I think that's a really cool nickname.
I wonder if they might go a developmental guy, like a Shamar Stewart, maybe.
Yeah.
If they love the intent, like the measurables and everything, or Mike Green or James Pierce. I think edge is the way to go for them at this pick.
If they went offense, it would be funny.
It would. It absolutely would. But if you don't have any intention of re-signing Trey Hendrickson, which I don't know how you would financially be able to at what he's going to want, you're going to have to restart after this year at that edge position. So get ahead of it.
So Jeremy Fowler said multiple personnel evaluators made this comparison for Walter Nolan. He's got some Jalen Carter to him as a player among those with the highest upside in the first round. Yeah, I mean, that made a lot of sense. I know a Cardinals beat writer said Harmon, but I think this just makes total sense going Walter Nolan. I think you have a lot of potential with this guy. I will say Malachi Starks is falling. Not falling. I think he's going exactly where he should be. Some people have said late teens, early 20s. Some have said mid 20s. Don't be shocked if the Eagles try and pull a trade for Malachi Starks. They've had him in for top 30 visits. He's been someone that I think the Eagles really love him, like that he could, because of his versatility among other things. I mean, he could basically fill in for C.J. Gardner-Johnson.
Yeah. Or just gonna just throw out 11 Georgia guys on defense for too long.
Yeah. Oh, we have a pick. Who did you just say the Bengals could end up picking?
One of the edge guys, Mike Green, James Pierce Jr., the BC guy.
Who is the first name that you thought of with the edges, though, that you said?
Was it our BC guy? However you say it.
You said Shamar Stewart.
Oh,
and that is who they picked.
Wow.
They picked Shamar Stewart. So they went edge rusher.
Wow. I don't think I had him going in the first.
Yeah, I try to stay away from players.
I had him going 28 to Detroit.
I try to stay away. I stayed away from him and Mike Green. I just try to my best to stay away from guys with off-field issues.
His physical traits are off the charts. His production was just so low at Texas A&M that it's like, how can you be this physically gifted and not have the stats to back it up? So they must think that they can get something out of him that he couldn't get in college. So, I mean, putting him with Trey Hendrickson, he'll learn a lot from him. So, hey, at least they did the smart thing and go defense.
Yeah. Let's see. Next up is Seattle. Seattle, I love the way Seattle's team is kind of set up, except for the receiving core. I think you have way too many slot guys. Yeah. Receiver. I think they're all really good. I'm a Cooper Kupp fan. And Jackson Smith-Njigba had the most receiving yards from the slot by a receiver since Cooper Kupp. So I feel like it's weird. I think they need help in the interior offensive line. I think they had Abraham Lucas, who was hurt. I think they have their tackles set up. They just need to stay healthy. They just need interior offensive line. They got Kenneth Walker. They got Noah Fant. I love their corners with Devin Witherspoon and Reek Woolen. They got good safeties with Love. I mean, I love the way that their team is designed. And maybe you go linebacker here, maybe edge rusher, interior offensive line. I don't know. Seattle, I mean, you could go anything. I don't think you should be mad at any pick that Seattle ends up making.
I went edge in mine. I went Mike Green. But no, it would just be funny if they just drafted like Emeka Egbuka and then we're just gonna throw 3 slot guys out there and see what happens. No guys on the edge, just run trips, bunch, and just have them all there, and then just go. That would be interesting.
That's how Seattle's gonna run with just all slot guys. That's gonna be.
They were talking about trading one of their running backs, weren't they? I thought I read that somewhere.
Because they have Charbonnet. I mean, Charbonnet did really well at the end of last year. Yeah. I mean, you theoretically could trade one of them if they wanted to, and get probably a decent package in return. I mean, Walker's a good running back, and Charbonnet he was statistically one of the best running backs at the end of the year. I mean, I had Charbonnet in a fantasy league, and he was playing out of his mind. So, and I tried to trade for him in our keeper league, but whoever had him did not want to give him up. I mean, you could end up trading one of those picks. Seattle could go anything. I like Mike Green here, though. Mike Green would be a good pick. Or Donovan Easy. Yeah. I'm literally only going to call him Donovan Easy because I think that's I think calling him Easy is a really cool nickname. And I think corner would probably be a position that the Seahawks just don't need.
Do you think they might think like Will Johnson could be a dynamic nickel or Jahad Barron as a big nickel? My God, I just keep going back to him every time.
And the thing is, like, if they need any corner position, it's an outside corner because Devin Witherspoon plays the slot.
Just move him in. Okay. So
yeah,
then
Will
yeah. Johnson would over Barron.
Like, I noticed, like, I mean, I have Devin Witherspoon in our Dynasty League, and I now having to watch him, I realize that he's playing a lot of the slot position. And that's where a lot of his stats just end up coming from, is because he's playing in that position. I'd be curious to see what he would be like playing outside, but I think they just really like him going in the slot. What is this? The Seahawks are open to moving back, and so are the Buccaneers.
They only got 3:30 left.
Yeah. My guess is that this pick is already made. But
I wonder if anyone's starting now to call. If like Cleveland's now starting to call.
Yeah, around this spot is where I'd be like, hey, we'll give you both our second round picks for the next round, or we'll give you 1 second and a first for next year, and for your pick here, we'll draft Shedeur.
Yeah.
After Shedeur I'd be curious to see if it was Shedeur or
Dart,
Jackson Dart. Let's see. I do not have an update for this pick yet. Let's see who this is, Seattle. Taking a while. I don't think anyone knows who they're picking. Are they going quarterback? They're going to have 4 quarterbacks on their roster. Seahawks didn't trade. The pick is in at 18. Yeah, I see that. But who is it? Someone give me an update. Seattle beat writers, you guys are a little behind. All right, the pick is in, and they are picking Gray Zabel, offensive lineman from North Dakota State.
Okay. You talked about offensive line there early, interior specifically. So
yeah.
You had that one.
Yeah, I mean, I liked Gray Zabel. I like his versatility. He can play tackle if he wanted to. It was someone that I like in a dream scenario. I would have loved the Eagles if we could have drafted an offensive lineman to go Gray Zabel, because I think he could be the perfect right guard for the future. But he's very versatile. And he'll get the job done for Seattle. I like that pick for Seattle. Get an offense. I mean, you paid Sam Darnold. I'm not a huge Sam Darnold fan, but if he does end up playing 80% of what he played with Minnesota, then you got to be able to protect him. So, I like this pick.
It's funny. Before the season started last year, I had a couple buddies, and I texted it to them so we could keep receipts. And I said, Sam Darnold will be in the MVP conversation this year because of Kevin O'Connell alone. And they're like, awesome, you finally got one right. I was like, yeah. Imagine that. You take enough hacks, you'll eventually hit one out of the park.
Exactly. I mean, now I trust. I mean, that's why it's like, how can JJ McCarthy fail? Like,
fair.
I mean, especially
one of them has to.
Yeah, like with JJ McCarthy, he at Michigan, he wasn't this like dominant force. He was just a very solid scheme quarter. I mean, he fit Michigan's scheme perfectly. And I think in the right scheme, he can be a solid quarterback. I don't think he's gonna be this MVP quarterback unless Minnesota is just winning games, which is exactly what Minnesota did last year. I mean, if it weren't for Detroit, I mean, Minnesota, we're looking at like 1-2 losses.
Yeah.
So
if I was Sam, the only way I would have left there is if they didn't offer you a contract.
I think they were so
even if it was a 1 year, I would have been like, okay, I'm gonna come back to you for 1 year, show people that I can do this more than 1 year, and then go get my payday. Because I mean, Kevin O'Connell, dude, he's a wizard.
Oh
What are
yeah.
you doing,
Oh
Wes?
yeah. I mean, he was my vote for when we were
Mine
doing the
too.
awards.
Yeah.
He was my vote for Coach of the Year. I mean, from the very get go, I knew when we were voting. I'm like, he's going to be my pick for NFC North Best Coach. He's going to be my pick for Best NFC Coach. He's going to be my pick for Coach of the Year. He especially what did it for me was the whole situation with the cornerback who passed away.
Yeah.
I didn't really see all the behind the scenes stuff, but they did like ESPN did some sort of E60 on that. Kevin O'Connell was at the funeral, gave a speech to everybody during the funeral, and you saw everybody just like become like a family, and Kevin O'Connell was leading this charge, and it on top of having that happen and having a player or pass away he wasn't even able to even play a single snap in the NFL, and be able to handle that and bring your team together like that is remarkable. And it ended up being the reason why I didn't think the conversation was close, and I was going to pick him no matter what. All right, the Bucks are picking.
Still on? Okay.
Yes, they are picking, but they are not trading.
What do you think?
I for years I've been saying the Bucks need a corner, and I think they should go corner. They could go offensive line. I could be for the next couple picks. I could be saying offensive line. But we're starting to run out of those offensive linemen.
I mocked Jahad Barron.
I like that pick. I like that pick for Tampa. I think he fits Tampa's defense. Now they have a choice of any of the DBs.
Yeah.
So
I just think his versatility, being able to play nickel, go back and play safety if needed.
I think this is gonna be Will Johnson.
Okay.
I think it'll be Will Johnson, or it might be an edge rusher.
That's what I was gonna say. Do you think they might go there?
Who are the top edge rushers available right now? We have Donovan.
We've
Mike Green.
Yep. James Pierce.
Okay. Oh, we do have the pick. Wait. Hold on. What? The pick is in. The Buccaneers have picked Emeka Egbuka.
Another receiver. God,
interesting. Okay.
Especially because they just re-signed Chris Godwin.
Yeah, that's
And Jalen McMillan had a very good rookie year.
Yes, he did. I had him in fantasy. He had a. I remember. I'm pretty sure I traded him because of his keeper value.
Yeah. Wow. They're just gonna run 4 wide.
All right. You know what this tells me? Mike Evans has a year or two left.
Yeah.
I think he is. I think whenever he set his contract, whenever he signed his last contract last year, I think he basically told them like, "Hey, this is my last contract."
Yeah.
I'm wondering if that was it.
Who's the OC there now?
I don't know.
I don't either.
I don't know who their OC is, which would be interesting because I don't know how they're going. I don't know how that's going to operate. All right, who's up? Denver. All right.
Running back.
Well, we both have been in agreement on this pick being Amarian Hampton.
Yep.
Now I'm not huge on Amarian Hampton as you are. But I also feel like this just makes the most sense. I think this makes the most sense.
I agree. Yeah. I think because Jatavian Williams went to Dallas.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't even know who their running back is.
Who the heck do they have? I'm gonna have to Google this. Let's see. Denver Broncos. Denver. I can't believe they went Emeka Egbuka. Broncos will be staying with this pick. They have Audric
Godwin's. Go ahead. Oh, Estime. Yeah.
Estime. I was a huge fan of Estime. Jaleel McLaughlin also was. They really love him as a receiving option, but I think Marion Hampton kind of benefits with that group. I think McLaughlin and him would really do well together, but I think he's kind of what Estime already is.
Right.
So I don't know.
Okay, so let's say they don't go running back. Receiver?
Yeah, you could go receiver. I mean, I don't think there's a wrong move for Denver. I think you could help the offense. You could help Bo Nix. You could dominate on defense. Because you're going to be playing in a division with a lot of really good offenses. You're going to have to stop Ashton Genty for 2 weeks and Patrick Mahomes for 2 weeks and Justin Herbert for 2 weeks. So you're going to, for 6 weeks, you're going to need a good defense. I mean, I'm not. I mean, I don't think Denver has a bad pick here. You could help either block for Bo. You could get him a running back. You could get him a receiver, get him a tight end.
I think they're going to draft Terrence Ferguson tomorrow. I think that'll be the tight end net. Yeah. I think that'll team him back up with Bo Nix. I think that's going to happen. I'm still thinking about this Bucs pick and trying to understand why they would draft another receiver.
Giants have been trying to get back into round 1. My guess is for Jackson Dart because I have heard they love him. I have heard and I also heard that Shador's interview with Dabble was awful.
Okay.
I heard that he rubbed him the wrong way. So I think they like. I think if they go back in, it's for Jackson Dart.
I know Denver has Riley Moss, but do you think they'd consider a corner here?
I mean, you can move Riley inside. I think Riley inside. You could move Riley. Yeah, you can move Riley inside.
I'm just a very big proponent at this part in the first round. Mm-hmm. If you don't have any major glaring need, make a strength stronger.
Yes.
That's how I feel. So if you could get a Will Johnson or my guy Barron, I think it makes sense.
I think you could draft Malachi Starks and he can be your free safety.
Yeah.
And you could draft a safety here. You have Nick Amanwari, but Nick Amanwari is more of he's more of a down low box safety, and I hate using that term. I don't like using that term because that's what they call Derwin James, and Derwin James, in my opinion, is the best safety in the whole NFL. But he's more of a down low safety, and I think Malachi could really strengthen the deep part of that defense really well. Emeka Egbuka. I mean,
I like him a lot. I think he's going to be very good. I just don't. You brought back Chris Godwin. I think Chris Godwin's best in the slot. Mm-hmm. I think Emeka Egbuka is a slot receiver.
Mm-hmm.
and you just paid Godwin a crap ton of money. So I just don't really understand it. Unless you're just going to throw the ball 97 times a game. So you feed enough people. But Bucky Irving played so well last year.
Yes, he did. He did. Bucky was really good last year. No trade, so Denver is going to stay put. It sounds like Pittsburgh's probably going to stay put too. Pittsburgh is then the interesting pick, whether they go quarterback or not. So with Denver staying put, we're pretty much guaranteed. If Pittsburgh wanted a quarterback here, they have their opportunity, and if they don't, then I don't know.
Do you think right now they're having a little bit of PTSD from just a few years ago when Kenny Pickett fell in their lap, and they're like, "Do we do this again?"
And at this point you have to consider why are you gonna who did you say that I think you made this. I don't, let me see if I all right, so Denver's pick is in, and it's someone you mentioned and someone you really like a lot.
Barron.
It's Barron. Yep.
My God.
Jedi Barron. Corner. So yeah, you kind of hit the hammer right on the nail with that one. I mean, we both thought it was going to probably be a running back, but if it wasn't, I mean, like you said, strengthening a position. If you're not comfortable, strengthen a position.
And if you're not comfortable with Riley Moss playing slot, then Barron's your slot guy. And you're kind of, I mean, we both know the NFL these days, it's not a lot of base personnel. It's not 80% nickel. So to having a guy as big as Barron, a thumper, that's rangy. I mean, I think the world of Barron as a player. So if the Panthers traded back to like 12-15 range, he was a guy I would have been pounding the drum for. So I think he's landing in a good spot in Denver with that defense.
And I mean, either him or Moss can play the slot. I think he'll probably play the slot more.
Because I think he'll be able to play the run better than Riley Moss.
I agree.
Will, so
I agree. So now Pittsburgh, if they want a quarterback,
they're literally sitting there having deja vu right now. Literally.
Oh yeah.
And it's like, do we make this mistake again?
Something tells me I don't think they're gonna go. For some reason I don't feel like they're gonna go quarterback. I don't know who they're gonna go. I've the entire draft I've said that Jalen Milroe. I'm not a huge Jalen Milroe fan at all. Like I don't think he's. Oh, Steelers pick is in.
Will Johnson. I'm gonna say
we got a pick correct in our mock draft.
Okay.
It's It's Derek Harmon. I said Duron Harmon. Derek Harmon.
Really?
So we got a pick right. Yeah. So James, you got your pick right. Congrats. you hit that. You did that perfectly. Yeah. I mean, that was. Yeah. Something told me they were not going quarterback. I just.
Now is someone gonna trade back in now? This might be like. This actually might be huge for Cleveland if they don't have to trade back in to get whichever quarterback they want.
Oh
they
yeah,
can get him tomorrow.
That would be perfect for them.
Yeah,
I mean they don't even have to trade any of their picks for next year then.
Yeah.
Let's see. Denver must have thought that this running back class was so good that they didn't have to draft a running back. So yeah, they got Derek They got Derek. Steelers go Derek Harmon. Playing side by side with Cameron Hayward. T.J. Watt.
Makes a lot of sense. Yeah.
Alex Highsmith. I mean, you got Patrick Queen. That's gonna be good.
I mean, Cam Hayward's got to retire at some point, right? He's not gonna play till he's 90.
I mean,
that makes a lot of sense.
Look how long Calais Campbell's been playing.
Fair.
I mean, now the question is, so who is up next? 22. That is Los Angeles Chargers. All right. The question is, where is Shedeur going to go tonight? Is a quarterback going tonight?
The only one, you know what? We might have one more guy hit one on the head tonight, and it is our guy. That's not even in the States.
Nice. That would be an if we
who did he pick?
Rams,
did he take Dart?
He took Dart.
Yeah. Barring a trade up, that's the only other place I see it.
Yeah, I think if so. Yeah, I agree. If because who else is left picking? Let's see, Chargers, Lions, Packers. Yeah. I don't see. Yeah. Philly's gonna end up drafting a quarterback just to trade him.
Who do you think for the Chargers? I think they go wide out. I think Matthew Golden. If they think he can be an outside guy.
I agree with that pick. Because I think Ladd kind of does exactly what you need in the slot. If they still feel like they have a chance with Quentin Johnston, then that's your physical presence, and then Golden can be the guy who stretches the field for you. So, and which is why I thought tight end made the most sense when we were doing our mock, and I thought Colson, because he was there.
That's exactly who I had most sense.
Yeah. But I think Golden, I think he makes the most sense here. You could probably think about a running back if you don't feel like J.K. Dobbins can physically handle the load. I mean, he still was injured a little. Chargers could go corner, too. They could go Will Johnson. They could go Malachi Starks. They could draft any corner. It's interesting. No Shedeur. So I'm wondering where Tyler Show goes. I'm wondering when he goes. Not what team, but when he goes.
Because he goes before Shedeur.
That would be because I've heard the Rams. I've heard really liked him. Yeah. I've heard Sean McVay loved him. So like, I think if the Rams had the choice between Dart, Show, and Shedeur, I think they're going to go Show. Plus, the Dodgers have Shohei, and then the Rams are going to have Show. It's going to be Showtime in Los Angeles either way.
I love it.
I mean, I think that would be scary because I do think Show has the best arm in the entire draft. The issue is other aspects of his game, but if he's able to fix those other aspects, like I trust McVay can do with any quarterback, then I think I think that might be a scary thing to look at in the future. Plus, learning from Stafford too, that would be insane.
I think Sanders makes some sense there because they love the short, intermediate, just quick passes, high completion percentage types, and that's what Shedeur is best at too.
Yes.
He doesn't have the arm that Stafford does.
Yeah.
But if you want someone to play on time and in rhythm, he's probably going to do that better than anybody else in this draft. So, but I haven't heard anything about them meeting with him or anything, so I don't even know if.
Yeah, I haven't heard the Rams meeting with Shedeur either. I don't know if maybe Josina says Shador needs to use this as fuel, just as Lamar Jackson did. I think the huge difference is Lamar Jackson was a Heisman-winning quarterback. Yeah. I told everybody before that draft, Lamar Jackson is the best quarterback in this draft, and I thought all of the talk that him transitioning to wide receiver was stupid. We were having analysts on ESPN, top analysts who are still working ESPN right now. You know who you are. Talking about him playing wide receiver. This guy is now a 2-time MVP. He just had statistically one of the greatest seasons by a quarterback ever and didn't win MVP this year. And he was a Heisman-winning quarterback. I don't understand. Like, we had Derrick Henry win the Heisman, and he fell to the second round. And then we had Lamar Jackson win the Heisman, and he fell to pick 32. The Eagles literally traded their pick to the Ravens so the Ravens could draft Lamar Jackson. So, very different situations. Shedeur Sanders was a very respectable quarterback, very good quarterback in college. If he was put into last year's draft class, he'd probably be a second-round quarterback, third-round quarterback. There was a lot of very talented quarterbacks who came out last year. But these are two different situations that we are talking about. This is, did Will Levis use this as
obviously
as a fire for him?
I have a crazy weekend Lamar Jackson story. So, do you remember the game that he went and played in college at Clemson in Death Valley? Him and Deshaun Watson going toe for toe.
Yep.
So I was at that game.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. That game was a night game in Death Valley, the loudest place I've ever been. And like my head was literally ringing. After that game, me and my buddy Will, we drove from Clemson, South Carolina to Atlanta, Georgia. After that game. Got up the next morning and went and saw the Panthers-Falcons game. You know what game that was? I've mentioned it multiple times. Julio Jones 300 game. Talk about a football weekend.
That's a weekend. That's quite the weekend.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wow.
It was wild. But yeah, so I saw him that game in Death Valley, and I was like, dude, this guy is just a different human than anybody else.
The one thing, and I feel like mobile quarterbacks have this like stereotype to them that like all mobile quarterbacks run the same, and I think that's slowly dying. It's slowly fading away. I've noticed that with Jalen Milroe comparisons as a runner this year, but in the past I have not heard that. But people compared Lamar Jackson's running style to Michael Vick, and they're just like they're two different runners. Like it's like when you compare running backs, nobody says that like Jerome Bettis runs like Chris Johnson.
Right.
Like this is a completely different situation. It's completely different styles. And
when Mike Vick ran, he ran to get yards. Lamar Jackson runs to still throw the ball.
Yes. And
completely different, yeah.
And like Lamar is such an elusive runner, and Vic would bounce off of guys.
Yeah.
Like
his overtime win against Minnesota, where he bounced off like 3 people, immediately comes to mind.
Let's see.
I still have nightmares of Michael Vick.
Speaking of, thank you, Mike. I
still haven't put a pick in yet.
No, the Jaguars. I assume this is their new GM, James Gladstone, on trading away the 2026 first-round pick. Said I'm pretty familiar with the man F them picks. Yeah, I'm uniquely positioned to navigate this. Yes, that's a real quote.
Yeah. He did come from the Rams, so.
Yeah. Yes, he did. All right. It's their Chargers are taking a while. I don't know. I mean, unless they're trying to talk about a trade. I mean, I haven't seen anything. Normally, when it takes this long, they're probably discussing a trade.
Yeah. Or this is just them dragging on the knife. They feel like it's going too fast.
Yeah. I mean, I maybe how many picks do we have? We're at 22. We have 10 picks left. Yeah. I mean, I think they'll. I think this is Will Johnson. I'm gonna say this is Will Johnson.
Yeah, I think it'll either be him or Golden.
I like the Golden pick a lot because I think the Chargers defense is set. I really like their defense.
Have they voted? Did they replace Asante Samuel Jr. in free agency?
I don't
know he's
think
still a free agent.
I don't think so, but because he was hurt last year, because he was hurt last year, it didn't really make a difference for them. So, I mean, I think they're set on defense. So I don't think they should go defense, but I think they will, and they will go Will.
What do you think about an edge rusher? Khalil Mack's getting old. Bosa to the left. Mike Green, James Pierce.
That would be a good pick.
Or let me throw.
They have the pick. What's the curveball?
Nick Skirton, the Texas A&M guy.
So the pick is in, and it was someone I think I mentioned early on. It's a Marion Hampton.
Okay.
So, like I said before, I don't know how much they can rely on J.K. Dobbins. He was hurt last year. He had a great comeback season.
Yeah.
But he still got hurt, and that's something you might be worried about. Gus Edwards wasn't the guy that they necessarily wanted.
And it's Harbaugh. All he wants to do is run the ball anyway.
Oh, yeah. I actually really like this pick. I'm not a huge fan of a Marion Hampton, but fit. His style for the Chargers and Harbaugh's offense, I love it. I think it's a great pick. Yeah, so I love this pick. I think him and JK can complement each other really well. I don't think, and I think maybe they might phase Gus Edwards completely out, or he might get cut before the season even starts.
Yeah.
All right.
I agree.
Green Bay is up. Now, wait, do we already have the pick?
Maxwell Harrison is my pick for them.
All right, we do not have the picks. The Packers beat writer said the Packers are picking and then listed like 20 different guys.
That's not how this works.
Yeah, that's not. You get one. You can only get one.
I think the corner out of Kentucky. The Packers have always wanted speed at their corner position over anything. And I go back to Eric Stokes from Georgia when they drafted him. It was because he was the speed guy. Now he didn't work out, but I don't think Jair Alexander is going to be on that roster come week 1.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't think so either.
So I think corner's a need. And wait, Omarion Hampton is from Mooresville, North Carolina. That's my hometown. Didn't know that.
All right, you literally now have the Chargers now have a new fan. His name's Austin.
No, he went to Carolina. I don't. That's not how this works. But no, I think Maxwell Harrison is going to be the pick there.
Will Johnson's still there.
True.
That's interesting. I think corner. I think this is corner. I think they should go corner. I know Packers fans have been saying wide receiver. I think they're perfectly fine at wide receiver. They have the depth. Teams across the whole league wish they had the depth at wide receiver that the Packers have.
And there's not a clear number one guy here. Yeah.
Exactly. And that can be really well. I mean, you look at if you look at Favre's Super Bowl win and Aaron Rodgers' Super Bowl win, there was depth chart wise number one wide receivers, but they had a lot of good wide receivers still. Let's see. Packers are getting the Chargers got a lot of trade calls for their pick before they made it, and the Packers are currently getting the same exact trade calls.
That's gotta be for a quarterback, right?
Yeah. So some teams are definitely calling to probably get a quarterback. Also, there's corners that are Will Johnson has fallen. Like if the Eagles traded up, I'd assume it's probably for Malachi Starks or Will Johnson.
So we need to go back a little bit. We had our running backs in Los Angeles mixed up. Dobbins is a free agent. They signed Najee Harris.
Oh, that's right. Wait. What?
Yeah. I thought
Dobbins is still a free agent?
Yes. They signed Najee Harris.
I'm so all right, I will say this. As a Najee, I was a huge Jaylen Warren fan, and I mean James can attest to this that I preferred Warren over Najee in the Steelers offense. I'm not a huge Najee Harris fan. I think Najee could be a very good complement to a Marion Hampton. I think this same thing applies, like because you don't have Dobbins. I think it might be a reset of the running back position from last year because you wanted like a Marion Hampton's going to be the J.K. Dobbins role, and Najee Harris is going to be the Gus Edwards role.
Yeah.
So
I'm looking up Najee's contract
same thing applies
right now. He only signed a 1-year deal, anyways.
Adam Schefter says Michigan corner Will Johnson Jr. has a knee issue that has concerned some NFL teams and helps explain why he has not been selected. And yeah, that's kind of why I wasn't heavy on the cornerback class either.
Yeah.
I just not a huge fan. I mean, when you have Barron and Starks, who are your top corner prospects, but they also can play safety if they wanted to, I think that's just a weakness at the cornerback position. I mean, and I don't even consider Travis Hunter because he's in his own ballpark. So yeah, I mean, I get it, but that's something that Philadelphia does. The Eagles end up would draft someone like that. So I don't really care for that idea.
Hey,
I'd rather.
I don't know if you remember,
Starks.
I did say that I would throw some money down that Barron would get drafted before Starks and the South Carolina safety. So I got that. I should have actually put money down on it.
Emanwari, I would have probably guessed that. But Starks, I thought Starks would have gone before him. Yeah. I guess not. I think they just viewed Barron's versatility a little more. I think you're starting to see slot corners be a need now across the whole NFL. Like if this was 20 years ago, we'd be like slot corner. What?
Right.
Like that's not a thing. And now it's like you need a good slot corner. And not every good cornerback is going to be a good slot corner and vice versa. Not every slot corner is going to be a good corner. Josina Anderson says, I'm told the Giants are trying to get back into the first round. Well, I bet I could have told you that. So yeah, that we kind of expected that. I'm sure the Browns are doing the exact same thing. So Green Bay still doesn't have their pick in. They could be discussing a trade. I don't know. I mean,
I don't know what's taking Green Bay so long.
Lots of clock being burned the last few picks because of trade talks, but the Packers stay at 23. All right, Packers are staying at 23 according to Mike Garafolo. All right, so yeah, I mean, I think corner makes sense. with Jair probably not going to be on the roster. I love their receiver depth. When you have Christian Watson, he's got injury issues,
He's
but
got to stay healthy.
He's a perfect complement. All right, I was wrong. The Packers pick is in, and they go Matthew Golden. So scratch anything I said. All right.
Hey, we can't get them all right.
Yeah. I don't know. I really like their wide receiver depth. It's something that Rodgers and Favre were good with. And I think it's something Jordan Love can be good with. Let's see, Matthew Golden, wide receiver.
I wonder if their struggles in the playoffs the last couple of years, they are saying that is why, and we're gonna fix it, and this is how they plan to fix it.
Yeah. I also wonder if maybe Watson might get traded. Let's see who is up next. Minnesota.
Romeo Doubs wanted out last year at the trade deadline, right?
Yeah. Which I'm shocked he's still even on the roster. And I mean, I'll go through their whole receiving core. I mean, they have a really good receiving core. And I don't think one player really stands out above the rest, even after getting Golden. I mean, you have Dobbs, Mecole Hardman they just signed.
Okay.
Malik Heath caught a few passes here and there. Bo Melton was pretty solid because after a bunch of injuries to guys. Jaden Reed has been an excellent weapon at all. He's probably their best wide receiver.
100%.
Christian Watson just needs to stay healthy. He's proven to be a solid receiver when he is healthy. And Dontavion Wicks, another guy who's a really reliable target. And then you add Matthew Golden to this. I mean, you have like 6 good receivers deep, maybe 7. I mean, teams wish they had that depth at wide receiver.
A couple of those guys are going to get traded when we get down to roster cut down day.
Yeah, I wouldn't be shocked if by the end of this they don't have Watson or Dobbs.
Yeah.
Watson
can be so good if he can stay healthy. He shows so many flashes.
Like Benjamin Solik from ESPN just said, Matthew Golden, Jaden Reed, Romeo Doubs, Christian Watson, Dontavion Wicks, Bo Melton. Like that is that's really good depth at receiver. Yeah. The Vikings are on the clock at 24 and have been very open to trading down. They have the fewest picks of any team with just 4. So yeah, if any pick is going to be traded, it's probably going to be this one. If they keep this pick, I think offensive line is Vikings have a really well-built team. They have, I mean, an incredibly built team. They just maybe need depth. I mean, I love their defense. I love the way their defense looks. They probably need a corner opposite of Byron Murphy.
Yeah, Stephon Gilmore's still out there. He hasn't signed anywhere. I don't know if he's going back there or what.
Yeah,
I had them taking your guy, Starks, to replace Cameron Bynum, who left for Indy.
I think Bynum, I think Emanwari, I think a safety makes sense, especially because Harrison Smith's getting up there in age.
Yep.
We don't know how much longer he's going to play. I think even Starks can definitely fill that Bynum role, and I think Emanwari could fill in that role for when Harrison Smith leaves. So I think I like both picks here. Safety, corner, and then offensive line. I mean, if they went anywhere on the offensive line, they did sign like 2/5 of the Colts offensive line, but with Will Fries and Ryan Kelly.
Yeah.
But I mean, you can never have too many offensive linemen, especially when you're protecting JJ McCarthy. I mean, you're good at receiver, you're good at running back, you're good at tight end, you're fine. You just need offensive line. and shore up the defense, make them better. Because if JJ McCarthy plays solid, then you got a really good team. The Vikings pick is in, and it is Donovan Jackson, offensive lineman from Ohio State.
Interesting.
So, yeah, like I was saying, offensive line, protect your guy. We got to count how many offensive linemen have now been drafted.
I think it's. I think I got that one wrong.
Oh, all right. Let's see. We have Will Campbell, Armand Membu, Kelvin Banks, Tyler Booker, Gray Zabel.
Yeah.
And Donovan Jackson. So that's 6. So we got to the 6 that I said. So we got to 6. That was kind of what I was thinking is we would probably get to 6 offensive linemen in this draft.
Might honestly get more.
Yeah, we're going to get to the good teams that are like Super Bowl contenders, and most of these teams, like Houston. If Houston does not go offensive line, you have bigger problems. Let's just get into Houston, because like you got rid of 2 of your offensive linemen. You got rid of the best offensive lineman you have had, maybe in your history.
Yeah, ever.
Oh, all right. So we have an Eagles update. Howie Roseman is working the phones, trying to trade up with several top players still available.
Are his calls getting answered?
You better get answered. It's Howie. It's Howie.
Yeah, but didn't you say that there's a report that one anonymous person said that they wouldn't answer the phone if he called?
Yeah, that guy's a joke, whoever it is. That's like, even if you're a division rival, you should always pick up the phone, because that phone call could be your once in a lifetime moment. That could be your shining moment, whether like for any team at any trade. Like if Carolina called New Orleans, you better be picking it. I better hope New Orleans is picking the phone up every single time.
Right.
And vice versa. I would hope that Carolina is picking up the phone every time New Orleans calls. So that's just, it's not going to be often, but I mean, you still got to pick up the phone to anyone. Houston, if you draft any other position outside of the offensive line, you need help. I love.
I'm going to be honest. I had them taking Ibuka and just having him team back up with Stroud.
But I like that. If you're not going to go offensive line, so. I like that. Yeah, which I get that. But now he's gone. You have to. Your defense is fine. You have Jalen Petrie. You got Derek Stingley. You got Will Anderson Jr. Good. You got Danielle Hunter. You're fine. Go draft an offensive lineman.
Yeah.
Josh Connerly. I don't know. I don't even know what offensive linemen are still available. Josh Connerly was like the first name that has popped into my head. I don't even know who
you said. Josh Simmons is going right now, right?
Josh Simmons is still available.
Oh, is he? Okay, I thought that's who Minnesota was picking.
No, they picked the Donovan Jackson.
Yeah, Josh Simmons.
Ooh, Giants traded up.
No way. All right.
Giants have traded up. So the Giants are on the clock at 25.
They were worried about the Rams.
Yes, they were.
That's who has the next pick.
It tells me this is probably Dart. I think this is Dart. I think this is going to be Dart. So we have a trade. Still working on details. But reports from Adam Schefter reporting a trade has already been made with Houston and Houston and New York. Here's the trade. So the Giants have traded pick 34, a 2025 third round pick, and a future 6th round pick to the Rams for their 26th pick. So the Rams go back 8 spots get a 2025 third and a future 6th-round pick. That's a win.
Yeah.
I mean, you go back 8 spots and you got all that. I see that as a win. I like that pick. I like that trade for the Rams.
All right,
or
so
Houston.
they're Daboll and Joe Shane are saying this is the guy that's going to save my job.
All right, so the Giants are now on the clock at 25.
Did you say it was a next year's 6th-round pick or a next year 3rd-round pick?
Next year, 3rd.
Okay, I thought I heard 6th. My bad.
They did get a 6th. It was in future 6. We don't know what year yet, but they did get a future 6. They got a 3rd next year and a future 6 on top of the 34th pick. A future 6, yeah. 34, 2025 3rd, future 6. Let's see. This is our 2nd trade. We've only had 2 trades.
Yeah.
Dang. I thought there would have been more. With all the hype this morning.
Yeah, exactly. Yep.
There was a lot of hype. Like I hadn't heard hype like that in a few years. But there was a lot. So the Giants are now on the clock following a trade. The assumption is a quarterback. Let's say, and the pick is in. It is quarterback Jackson Dart. Jackson Dart to the New York Giants. All right, so number 25 NYG going Jackson Dart. Any thoughts?
I did not think he would go before Sanders. I think that's crazy. I think it's just one of those things to me. Genes are a real thing with human beings. Like some people get very good genes based on who their father is, and some people don't. My dad's not tall. Guess what? I'm not tall. His dad is Deion Sanders. Those genes are a thing. If you don't think he's going to be a good quarterback in the NFL with those genes, I think you're wrong.
You know what's crazy is all of Deion's sons are like not that fast.
No.
Like it's wow, and 2 of them have played DB. And Shador's played quarterback. It's very possible Shador has a faster 40 than both his brothers.
I think Shador's processing up here comes from his dad, and I think that is one of his superpowers. And I think that, to me, that's why I would take him over Jackson Dart. Is I look at the 74% completion percentage is ridiculous. I don't care if you're throwing wide receiver screens every play. 74% is ridiculous.
Yeah.
So there's things like that translate. So I'm just surprised that he is still there. And I talked about it a little bit ago. I think the Rams, if they're looking for a quarterback for the future, I think Shador, in their type of offense where they want to get the ball out quickly, a lot of motion and a lot of intermediate stuff, I think it makes sense because his processing is just so quick, and that's what the Rams offense is based off of. So, I mean, our guy Glenn, he picked Jackson Dart, but I'm curious if Shador was there in our mock, if he would have gone him over Dart.
Now it's showtime for the Rams.
Okay, let's say they don't go quarterback. Where could they go here with this then?
Well, I mean, I don't even necessarily think they're going to go quarterback here. I think
Cleveland tries to get back in this at some point.
Yeah. I just got a text about if the Eagles get Malachi Starks, my friend's gonna cry. Falcons traded up.
Please be
interesting.
Please be sure.
Oh man, that would be funny.
Please.
Wait, who are they? Oh, this might be Malachi Starks.
It might be, yeah.
Yeah, I think this is gonna be Malachi Starks. They're gonna the Falcons are gonna pull Eagles and draft all Georgia players. All right, so we have a trade alert. Falcons. I'm still waiting on the alert. Let's see. Adam Schefter has reported the Falcons are traded with the Rams for the 26th pick. I'm waiting to hear back on details, but Atlanta will be on the clock. Let's see who is available. There's offensive linemen that are available. They got Josh.
They do need
Connerly.
another corner opposite of AJ Terrell.
Will Johnson is still there. Malachi Starks, Donovan Amanwari. I mean, this pick could be anything. They could go. Josh Simmons is available. Jahad Campbell is available.
Yep.
There's a lot of different places that this pick could go. Would be the funniest thing would be quarterback. But
there's no way,
serious.
Right?
No.
Yeah, there's no way.
But being serious, I think this is probably Will Johnson. And if it's not because they're scared of the injury, I think it'll be Starks. My gut's telling me this is Starks with the Georgia thing. Let's see what. All right, we have the official trade comp. Falcons traded pick 46 in the second round, pick 242, and a first rounder in 2026 for the Rams 26 pick and pick 101. That seems like a lot.
Yeah.
You just traded your 2026 first. The Giants didn't even do that.
No.
And they just drafted a quarterback.
That's gotta be. I mean, they had to seriously someone that was very high on their board. Yeah.
I'm confident that's gonna be Malachi Starks. What? Why?
Yeah, that's a lot to give up.
He gave up a lot for whatever this pick is. I mean, you could double up on edge rushers, and I mean,
I was thinking it. Yeah,
that there's a possibility if you really like two edge rushers.
There's so much depth in this edge class to give up your first round next year, and then what were the other picks? Was it a second round this year?
Let's see. Falcons traded pick 46, which is a second rounder.
Second round.
Pick 242. That's probably like a 7.
Yeah.
And a 2026 first.
Yeah. To give up that much for an edge rusher at a deep edge rush class.
Yeah.
You might not have gotten the guy that you wanted at this pick, but you could have gotten
the pick is in.
At 42.
The pick is in. It's James Pierce. What?
Now, there was someone said so. James Pierce is from Charlotte, North Carolina. Okay, and he had been talked about to Carolina, and a lot of people said he needs to get as far away from Charlotte, North Carolina as possible because of some off the field concerns. 4 hours down I-95 is not far enough away from Charlotte, North Carolina to trade your first round next year and second round this year for.
So the Falcons also got a third round pick. So they traded a second. They traded a second this year a first next year for a fit first this year and a third this year. And also they traded a 7th.
That's crazy.
That's a lot for 2 edge rushers. I mean, unless they think that like they're gonna get like the Eagles' luck from last year with corners. Like, all right, the difference is Quinyon. There was a run of offensive players, and we didn't get a defensive player till like pick 16, 17 by the Colts, and Quinyon Mitchell fell to us. Whoopee. And then Cooper DeJean just straight up didn't get picked until our pick in the 2nd round.
Right. You didn't have to give up assets for it. Yeah.
Exactly. We didn't have to give up anything to get these guys that much to get load up on one position.
James Pierce, when you still have guys like Donovan Ezeraka and Mike Green, and
there are other edge rushers available, and
like the research and reading that I did on James Pierce, they were very adamant he does not need to be anywhere close to Charlotte, North Carolina in order for him to be successful. So the next closest team to Charlotte, North Carolina, I was like, yeah, we'll take it.
I'm curious how our Falcons fans are thinking about. I mean, all right, if I'm putting myself in the brain of the Falcons fans, they're probably thinking. An Eagles beat writer said, "LOL, what an incredibly stupid team." Like if I'm in the head of a Falcons fan, I'm thinking, all right, I loaded up on my weakest position, but you also just gave up your first next. I knew they were gonna. So all right, I don't know if I mentioned it to you. I mentioned it quite a bit this morning that I think the Falcons could have traded up to get Abdul Carter, and I think they could have. I think if they felt comfortable with their current team, that they could throw in their first next year and trade up and get Abdul Carter. I thought that was a realistic possibility.
Yeah.
And so my thinking is, would you rather have Abdul Carter or James Pierce and who was the other guy they drafted? Jalen Walker.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people would rather have Abdul Carter.
I don't hate the position that they drafted.
Yeah.
I hate the draft capital that they gave up.
Yes,
and
I agree.
From what I've read, the person that they picked. Because, like, there was reports out there that, like, James Pierce at Tennessee this past year just wouldn't show up to practice. That he'd just be, like, chilling. That too. Yeah, just chilling and, like, that. You can't bring that into your locker. Maybe they're hoping him being there with Matthew Judon, and they got Leonard Floyd, right? Maybe some veteran presence kind of snaps him out of it. But that one's, truthfully, that one's the most puzzling one for, if you put everything together, the most puzzling pick of this first round.
I agree. Right now, if I were to poll all the picks, that's definitely the most puzzling pick. I get it.
They do it again, man.
I completely understand you need that position. You are also in a very deep edge rushing class.
Yeah.
Very deep. This is arguably the deepest edge rushing class of the last, 15 years.
Yeah.
And you gave up next year's pick?
Yeah.
I'm going to
say something very early.
Mm-hmm.
So the Rams have 2 first-round picks right now for next year. I think they have their first. They're going to package stuff. Matthew Stafford's going to retire. They're going to package stuff to move up and get Arch Manning next year.
All right, here's my take on Arch. I don't think he's coming out next year.
You don't?
No, he's all the Mannings spent all 4 years. I think he's gonna spend 4 years. It seems like he said it before. He said it last year, I think. And I'm pretty confident that he'll be there all 4 years. If he didn't, I'd be shocked if he came out next year.
Yeah.
I'm not looking forward to next year's class. I'm looking forward to the following year because we'll get Arch, we'll get Ryan Williams, and then that wide receiver from Ohio State,
Jeremiah Smith.
Yeah, well, those three are probably gonna be the top 3 picks in that draft.
I was gonna mention Jeremiah Smith earlier when we were talking about Tampa, and you were talking about how Mike Evans probably told him, "Hey, I got 2 years left and I'm done."
Mm-hmm.
And I would have been like, "Hey, wait 2 years and there's this guy named Jeremiah Smith. He's very good."
Yeah.
But yeah, those 3 are nasty.
Yeah, that.
All right, Baltimore. Who did I have?
Baltimore.
Coincidentally enough, I had them picking James Pierce.
I think they need help. I think they could go receiver here. I think they need a little bit of help.
What receivers are worth a first rounder at this point, though?
Actually, I was just going to mention, I think they need help filling out the secondary, and that's exactly what they ended up doing. They drafted Malachi Starks.
Oh, wow.
That
is a very Ravens guy.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I was like, I thought someone like Malachi Starks could
opposite Kyle Hamilton.
He fits kind of what they want. He could play in the slot if he wanted. If they want him to, he play safety if he wanted to. I really like this pick a lot for Baltimore. I think this is a good pick.
Yeah, I agree.
Now I don't know who the Eagles are going to end up picking. Oh no. Yeah, the Eagles might just trade out of the first round now with that pick. Will Johnson is still there. I'm just going to put DB for Malachi Starks. DB, because he could play anywhere. I love this pick for Baltimore. I think this is a really good pick. He fills a lot of positions on defense. And with Kyle Hamilton, he plays all over the place. Malachi Starks plays all over the place. Yeah. Marlon Humphrey's really good in the run game. Like they have
they have
a really complete secondary. Like they're able to play everywhere. It's I don't know if I've seen a secondary that can do that. Like they're all able to just float around wherever, and that if you're a defensive coordinator, you're having a field day. You could do whatever you wanted. If you could run a 46 defense and then go run quarters the next play.
Dude, some of these reactions on Twitter over the Falcons is great.
Mm-hmm.
Jordan Schultz, he said reaction by one source to Falcons trading a future first round to come back in. WTF. And then another guy that I follow a lot, his name is Billy Marshall.
Yeah.
I don't know if you follow him. He said no comment on the Falcons for another draft. Again, I'll leave it at that.
It's a weak year. There's depth.
Yeah.
But it's not top end talent that you should be trading up. You should be trading back.
Yeah.
If you're going to trade up, it should have been for one of the first 5 picks. After that, it doesn't matter. First 6 picks, I'll count Genty. If a team wanted to give up a first round pick next year for Genty to get Genty, I would have been like, you know what, go for it. I believe I'm okay with that.
Atlanta loves them some Charlotte guys. Jalen Walker's from Salisbury, right down the road from Charlotte, and James Pierce is from Charlotte. They're trying to finally get some fans in Bank of America Stadium.
All right. Detroit is on the clock at 28.
Gotta be edge.
We're thinking Donovan here? Mike Green?
Oh, my gosh, Donovan. Yeah.
I like Donovan for Detroit.
I just expected him to be off the board 10 picks ago. I mean, he had, I think it's 30 and a half sacks in college.
That's a
big number.
I think it's time to figure out how to say his last name. Yeah. Donovan is...
I think it's Ezeraku.
Ezeraku. I Googled him, and then it said Eagles afterwards. Let's see. Donovan Izaraku pronunciation. Pronounce. Ezaraku. Ezaraku. Okay, Ezaraku. Cool. I apologize in advance to Donovan.
Pick is already
Ezaraku.
in for Detroit.
I have not seen who it is yet.
I think it has to be Edge.
I think so.
I've heard that they want to trade Jameson Williams.
Yeah.
I know that Carolina just drafted Ted McMillan. Mm-hmm. But if you want to give up a third or fourth round pick for Jameson Williams, I will go down to Bank of America Stadium and hug every person there.
I personally think they would want more for him. I think a third. I'd be okay with a third because of his off the field issues.
Yeah.
But I think they look at his skill set and are like, well, this guy is one of the fastest.
I wonder if they're worried that they're not going to be able to get the most out of him now that Ben Johnson's gone.
I wonder that about every single one of the players in the Detroit Lions this year.
Fair.
Outside of Amon-Ra St. Brown, I don't trust anyone in that offense.
I trust Gibbs.
I love Gibbs. I mean, I said he was in the level of Bijan Robinson before the draft. I compared him. My comp while he was in college was Alvin Kamara. I felt like I was watching Alvin Kamara every single time he touched the ball. Just the way he moves.
Right.
And I love Gibbs, and I trust that he can do well. I'm worried, I think, is the correct word for everybody in that offense. Sam Laporta, Jameson Williams, Jared Goff especially. Who knows what he's going to play like next year.
But yeah, let's reunite Jameson Williams with Bryce Young. I think that'd be good for all parties.
All right. Detroit, they could go receiver here. But I agree. I'm thinking it's got to be edge. Who are some of the top available players
overall?
Yeah.
Will Johnson's got to be number one.
Yeah.
Ezra
Rocco. Let's see. Will Johnson.
Jahad Campbell's still there. Mike Green is there.
Mike Green.
There's a guy that I had mocked to Washington, the East Carolina corner.
That's right.
Ravel, I think is how I say his last name. He would have already been drafted if he didn't tear his ACL.
Oh, there's also the dude from Ohio State, the offensive lineman.
Josh Simmons, yeah.
Josh Simmons, yeah.
I had him going 11, so.
All right, the Lions pick is in. Is not an edge rusher, but is defense. Tyleik Williams, defensive tackle, Ohio State.
Okay.
All right.
More defensive tackles than I expected. Especially because they just gave Aleem McNeil a nice contract.
Yes. Now
another
guy. From what I had heard throughout the whole draft prospects since the combine, is that this defensive tackle group, especially the nose tackle group, is one of the best years that anyone has ever seen. And especially the nose tackle, and it's funny because Mike Tomlin was asked about it and about the growing amount of nose tackles, and he ended up starting the conversation by saying, like, it's funny that the nose tackle position is kind of fading away, with and
everyone
we're
going
just,
nickel.
Yes, yeah. And so it's interesting to see such a unique class. So I'm not too shocked that defensive tackle, edge, running back. Those are the three deepest positions. Oh, and tight end. Those are the top four deepest positions in this whole draft. If you need one of those positions, you're in good hands. outside of Atlanta, because I don't know why you would give up a first-round pick for another edge rusher when you could have probably gotten him in your next
42
pick.
or whatever they were at.
Yeah.
That's crazy. That's the head scratcher of the night.
Yeah.
Barring something crazy in his last 4 picks.
Yeah,
picks.
unless like Kansas City, Buffalo, Washington, or Philly draft quarterback. Yeah, draft Shedeur. If one of them drafts Shedeur, we're done for the night.
We're getting very dangerous territory to him not being a first rounder.
Yeah. I mean, I think someone would have probably traded up by now. Like in order for Shedeur to be drafted, he'll have to be traded up. But Cleveland's got pick 33. So
yeah, the only thing you wonder for them is the 5th-year option. Is if if like 32 pops up and they just swap and give the Eagles like a 5th rounder or something.
And Philly's gonna take that.
Yeah.
How he would be like, done.
Yeah, he's like, bro, I wasn't gonna take him, so yeah, why not?
Yeah. Oh yeah. That would be a huge plus. But the thing is, like, if you are Howie, do you want to do that? Because then you'd be risking whoever you draft and your 5th round option for that player.
Yeah.
So that's where see, the thing is with the Eagles is when I was doing the mock draft, I was like, wow, we have a lot of picks this year. And to think next year, we're going to have even more picks.
Right.
I've never seen the Eagles with this many draft picks. And we just won the Super Bowl. Like, I don't know what we're planning on doing. We're going to probably draft a quarterback at some point. Like, it's not to compete with anybody, but it'd be a 3rd-string quarterback that's also probably won a national championship or something. We'll probably draft like Will Howard.
Will Howard, yeah.
We'll draft Will Howard in the 7th round. He'll be our 3rd-string quarterback.
I could see Will Howard in Pittsburgh.
I could see that too. I feel like a lot of Steelers fans really like him.
Guy. Yeah.
Yeah. I could see that, especially if like they get Rodgers. I could see him sitting on the bench behind him to learn. I'm very curious how the college football playoffs and your performance in the college football playoffs affects your draft status, because it really hasn't affected Will Howard or what's his name from Notre Dame,
Riley Leonard.
Yes, it really hasn't affected either of them. Like, I would have thought maybe their draft stock would have rose a little bit, but nobody really cares about that. And I mean, when I watched them, the entire time I was watching them in the playoffs, I was like, neither of them really are doing anything that are wowing me. It's the teams they have that are wowing me.
Yeah.
For me, Riley Leonard looked better than Will Howard because Riley Leonard had less to work with when he was out there.
Yeah, that's fair.
But both quarterbacks, I don't really care for at all. I don't even know if I would draft either of them. But because they're able to go to the national championship and go as far as they did, then yeah. All right, the Commanders pick is in.
Is it a corner?
It is not. It is Josh Connerly, another offensive lineman. I forgot about Josh Connerly.
I can't believe Josh Simmons is still there from Ohio State. I think he got injured, but still, like, dude, just stonewall at tackle.
Josh Connerly. Offensive tackle.
I mean, it makes sense. Protect the franchise.
Yep. Well, now they have Laramie Tunzel and Josh Connerly.
Yeah.
That's a good offensive line. Oh, here we go. Mel Kiper gave us 8 of Mel Kiper's top 32 are still available. Let me fix this. So now is Buffalo. All right, Jason, you better be up, bud.
He's in a camper.
Yeah, his kids are driving him nuts right now. I'm sorry.
Who goes camping on draft weekend?
All right. Let's see. Josh Connerly goes. I wouldn't be shocked if Buffalo picked a wide receiver here.
I just don't know who. Who else would be worthy of a first round pick?
I mean, you have Luther Burden and what the heck was his name?
I wouldn't
Another
hate
receiver.
Burden.
I mean, I personally love him.
I was gonna say another edge rusher
Um,
because I just think that they just need They just need guys that can get to the quarterback. Mike Green, still there. Our guy, I actually mocked Ezeraka to them in the mock that I did. I had Donovan going at 30 to Buffalo.
I want to see. Yeah, Yeah, they have Laramie Tunzel now and Josh Connerly. Now they have both tackles, which is kind of when you after the NFC Championship game, you kind of had to be like, all right, well now we're competing with the Eagles who just destroyed us.
Yeah.
Like which is interesting because like a lot of Commanders fans after the Commanders beat the Eagles in Game 2 of 3. A lot of Commanders fans were like,
when Hurts got hurt.
Yeah, they took that and ran with it. That Hurts got hurt and were like, "See, we beat you." And then the NFC Championship game, yeah, they beat us on the last or second to last play of the game.
Yeah.
And even then, Kenny Pickett was keeping us in the game. Like Kenny Pickett.
Yeah, come on now.
So. Yeah, our whole offense changed in that game, and then the NFC Championship game only proved what we knew all along. I'm glad, but not glad. I'm glad from an actual like football standpoint that they understand. Like, hey, if we want to win a Super Bowl, we have to get to the next level, beat our competition. We need to be able to have guys to block those edge rushers well.
Yeah.
So I understand that. I'm not happy from an Eagles standpoint, but especially because Josh Connerly was a guy I was like mocking to the Eagles at 32. Let's see. So Buffalo, KC, Philly. Yeah, Buffalo.
I'm gonna stick with Ezeraka.
With James Cook's running backs or with the James Cook's contract situation, they do have Ray Davis. They do have Ray Davis. They really like Ray. I like Ray Davis. I think Ray Davis is really good. But it's still
there's
possibility.
Still so many good edge rushers on the board. Why did Atlanta do that?
Yeah, I like the Eagles are probably gonna end up.
I just keep looking at the edge rushers, and I'm like, bro, Mike Green, Ezeraka, JT Tuimalu of Ohio State.
I like JT a lot. And
one guy Sawyer. I really like is Princely.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. I'm
Princely. Yeah. I like Princely too. Yeah.
But you still have Jordan Burch too, Nick Scorton from Texas A&M, Landon Jackson from Arkansas. Like, still so many good edge rushers, and you're like, yeah, I'll give you my first round pick for one.
So funny. Oh man. I'm so glad it was Atlanta. I'm so glad you and I were here to experience this. This is so great.
If it was Carolina, I might have logged off and called it a night. So. I'm glad Dan Morgan said after the pick, we're done for the night because
that's awesome.
Not have done anything stupid. Yeah. Hopefully, I'm gonna have to talk my wife into letting me jump on here again tomorrow, especially if your Atlanta guy is going to be on. Because
I will double check with him.
To do, bro.
Yeah, Terry's great. Terry's awesome.
That's got to be. That's tomorrow. That will be the head scratcher everyone's talking about.
I was in there. They're live streaming too. I was in their chat right before we went live. And there was 8 of them in the room, so I'm curious how that went.
Yeah,
really curious.
Real quickly. Yeah.
Brian Dable announced at his press conference, Russell Wilson will be our starter. Okay, so all right, it makes sense. I get.
I don't understand why they signed Jameis Winston. If they were,
I don't like that because like when you signed Winston, Winston should be competing for that starting job. Like him and Russ deserve. Either way, Dart should be learning from one of them. Which I think it's so crazy, but if he can learn the good aspects of Jameis Winston and the good aspects of Russell Wilson, that's a fantastic. Like you combine the best of both of them, that's like a Hall of Fame level quarterback.
Yeah.
So if you learn the bad aspects, then good luck.
Yeah.
Then
one
you're
thing
not gonna last.
Did the Giants front office have a pre-draft press conference? Because why are they just telling us everything tonight? We're gonna pick up the 5th-year option. Russell Wilson's our quarterback. Why did you not have a press conference before the draft like every other organization? Where you answer these questions?
I think last year, especially with Hard Knocks, kind of pushed them to be like, all right, now we got to be open about everything because we were so open last year and we failed because of it. So we're going to be open. And then if we make a good decision, then we'll be looked at as like, yay, we did it. But if it ends up bad again, then it's like fire everybody.
Yeah. It's just like you drafted Abdul Carter. So you're like, okay, now we're going to pick up the 5th-year option. That makes no sense. You should have probably picked it up either way. All right, we drafted Jackson Dart. Okay, now we're going to tell you Russell Wilson's our starting quarterback. You didn't sign Russell Wilson and Jameis Winston for either one of them to not be the starter.
Eagles traded. Wait, Buffalo's pick is in. Eagles traded up 1 pick. Wait, we traded with the Chiefs? What?
Who's there that they really want?
Did we just wait? Who'd the Bills pick? I'm still waiting on the Bills.
I'll see if I can find out.
Like, I didn't even get an alert for the Bills pick.
Apparently, the Eagles were discussing moving up with the Packers.
Yeah, I did hear about that. I am still waiting on the Bills. Like, I haven't gotten any alert. All right, Eagles are trading pick number 32 and pick number 164 for the Chiefs 31. So, okay. So we traded 164. Yeah, we have a lot of picks. Go for it.
Yeah.
Oh, Maxwell Hairston. Nice.
The fast corner. For you or
for Buffalo?
Okay.
Buffalo. Maxwell.
That makes sense.
So, Jason, you got your pick right.
Oh, did he really?
Nice. Yeah.
Nice.
Jason and James both got the picks right. All right, Maxwell Hairston. All right, who are the Eagles picking, baby?
Who's there?
Donovan Eazy-E. I will call him Eazy-E for the rest of my life. I will. Yes, we're gonna call him Eazy-E.
Did Justin Reed re-sign with the Chiefs?
No, he went to the Saints.
I wonder if you moved up to get Nick. Or whatever.
If it was, I don't think it fits what we. I don't think he fits the scheme at all.
Gotcha.
Manwari. Yeah. I don't think he fits what they need. Yeah, I'd be happy with. I mean, Will Johnson's there. Donovan would be cool. This entire draft, I've been saying his name wrong, calling him Eazy-E.
You don't deserve his
name. I learned his name during this time. Like, I learned a lot about this dude. So, I would love. That would be ironic, and it would be such a great way to end this. Yeah. So all we did was give up 164 to go up one spot. Cool. Yeah.
Was that so many 5th or?
Yeah, and I think we had like 3 5th-round picks, so I'm okay with it. I don't even think we have a 6th or 7th this year. I think all our picks are in the first 5 rounds. Let's see. All right, let's see. Come on, who we picking? I would love anyone. All right, KC traded. It's a Philly and KC trade. I hope we go to the Super Bowl again, and then we show off our new toy. All right, come on. Who we picking? If it's a quarterback, or I don't really want to watch. This was a position I was curious about. The Eagles picked Jahad Campbell, linebacker. Basically the best off-ball linebacker in this whole draft. I mean, it wasn't that close. Like the next guy is probably going late second round, third round. So
who do you think that is? Do you think it's the UCLA guy, Carson?
Yes. Schwessinger, yeah.
Dude, I'm terrible with names. I don't even try anymore.
So I love this pick. I mean, going into, so a lot of people are going to be like, oh, we got Bond and we have Dean and we got Trotter and we got, I call him Ben Van Superman. We got Ben Van Sumeren. I like our linebacking core, but I don't know if Dean is going to be healthy. I don't know if Trotter is going to be that guy because he is a little undersized. And Ben Van Sumeren, I mean, he's still like fourth on our depth chart. So I like this pick. I think that rounds out our defense. I think now you just need to draft a corner and a safety, and we're fine. I mean, I still want some edge rushers. I trust Jeremiah Trotter. I can't wait to see him. But this pick actually probably concerns me for whether he'll be a starter next year or not. But yeah. As long as it wasn't Mike Green.
About Trotter. I mean, Jahad Campbell's a clear upgrade over him. So
yeah, but
we don't know
we
when
all love
Dean's
him.
getting back.
Yeah, we don't know.
Because he had a pretty nasty injury, right? Was it ACL or something?
I don't remember what it was. It was a lower leg injury. But
or meniscus or something like that. But so he's gonna be out for a while.
Yeah, we don't know when he's gonna come back. So like my assumption going into next year is it's gonna be either Campbell or Trotter. I love Trotter too. So I really want to see him get a fair shot as a starter. And if he doesn't, then we'll go to Campbell. But I like this pick. We got the best off-ball linebacker in the whole draft. Which it's not saying much. This year's off-ball linebacker class is not great. He was the clear and obvious one, and there was a huge gap between him and everybody else. So, I liked it. And then our final pick in the first round,
so if they keep this, that means no Sanders in the first round.
Yep.
Crazy.
Which would be very interesting.
How much do you think Deion Sanders being his father plays into that? What's your opinion on that?
I think where he's getting drafted at right now, like if he goes early second round, then I think that's right where he should be drafted.
Okay.
I think he's like I saw someone compare him to Teddy Bridgewater, and I think that's a perfect comparison. I think both play very well, and I think with the right team, Shedeur can thrive very well, and he can make a team better. But I think if you go to a team who's not very good, Cleveland. I don't necessarily know if he's going to take them to that next step. Like I don't.
Yeah.
I will say this
because of him.
Yeah. Like I think if Shedeur, I wrote this in my when I was in my report for him. If he went to the same situation that the Commanders had for Jaden Daniels last year, perfect. I think it would be perfect for him. Get him just a solid offensive line, get him a really good wide receiver one, and that's what you need. And I think he would be able to thrive. So if he went to Cleveland, Jerry Jeudy's nice. He's nice, I guess. But I'm a big Jerry Jeudy fan, but I think he can be a great wide receiver too. I think he's a good wide receiver 1. Cleveland's got a good offensive line. So I mean that's fine. It's not necessarily what Washington was last year, but it's fine, I guess. If he went to Pittsburgh, I think he would. I think Pittsburgh with Shedeur Sanders would go to another level that they have not been at since Ben Roethlisberger left. That's not saying that Shedeur is that good. That's saying like having a quarterback who's just competent enough to elevate some players just a little bit is it's just what they need. I mean, that's why at times Russell Wilson looked good. At times, Justin Fields looked good. At times, a lot of quarterbacks have looked good with Pittsburgh. But I don't know.
I still think the Rams would be the perfect position for him.
I also think the Rams.
Yeah, Stafford for a year.
And he gets to throw to Puka Nacua. He gets to throw to Devontae Adams. Oh, look at Jihad Campbell. That's my linebacker. Dude, that guy's huge.
For real.
That guy's huge. Wait, how big is this dude? I need to Google this. I don't really know much about him.
Bigger than any other human there.
Jihad Campbell. Height, wait. He's 6'3". 6'3", 245. That's a linebacker right there. All right. Him next to Zach Bond, that's actually nuts. Holy crap. That's crazy. That's nuts. All right.
All right, Chiefs pick is in, so
all right.
Who do we think that they're going to take?
Just like Chiefs fans thought all last year, you were going to be picking 32 this year. Just good job, guys.
One last draft.
You guys did it.
Love it.
You guys did it. Good for you. I
had them taking an interior defensive lineman. I had them taking Kenneth Grant, but he's already gone. So I don't know.
So I have not watched film on Jihad Campbell. Like, this is the first time I'm watching film on him, and wow.
I think he had an injury will be one of the reasons why he fell, but I could be wrong.
NFC exec on Jihad Campbell, one of the top 10 players in the draft without a question. His overall medical profile coming out of Alabama was an issue for some teams. Could miss time in 2025 coming off shoulder injury, but this is tremendous value at 30. So, yeah, I mean, with our current linebacking core, if this guy can't play, I don't care.
Yeah, Trotter, yeah.
Like, I really we got Trotter, we got Dean. Dean's going to be on a contract. He's going to be wanting a contract soon. So my assumption is Dean's gone after next year. Dang, this guy is huge. Holy crap. I like this. I like it. I love the Saints pick. I love the Eagles pick. This was a great draft, except for one thing and one thing alone. Abdul Carter is a New York Giant. That was stupid, dumb, and the Chiefs made the final pick. Finally,
Will Johnson.
Nope. Finally, Josh Simmons.
Okay.
So we have a lot of offensive linemen.
Wow.
It was more than we thought.
Yeah. Will Johnson did not go in the first round. He must have real big injury concern.
All right. So the draft's over. The first round. We'll be back tomorrow. Any final thoughts on this first round?
Yeah, the biggest losers were the Atlanta Falcons, which is exactly what we love to see. It's a good night.
Oh,
That's
oh.
I mean, that's the biggest. Will Johnson not being drafted is very surprising to me. In the first round, it makes me think that his injury issues are bigger than what we think. I had him going 16 to Arizona, so a lot of mocks I saw him even going in top 10 to 15. So that's the biggest one that's surprising to me. That's still on the board. The biggest surprise of the whole night to me is Atlanta doing what they did. Not the first time around, the second time around.
Yes. Because we all knew they were going to go edge rusher.
Like
first
nothing
time around.
wrong. Jalen Walker at their pick at 15 is good value for him there. But to trade back up for James Pierce was the most puzzling move of the night for me. For sure.
The first 5 of the second round is going to be Cleveland at 33, Giants at 34, Titans at 35, Browns back again at 36, and the Raiders at 37. My guess is that Shedeur will be one of those picks to Cleveland or Tyler Show. But quarterbacks, I'm glad that the NFL realized. I'm glad that most teams realize, maybe we don't need to draft a quarterback every time in the first round, even though it's the neat position we need the most.
Yeah, you know, I read a stat today that only 6 quarterbacks have been taken in the second round in like the last 10 years.
Yeah.
So it'll be interesting to see, because what they kind of say is if you need a quarterback, you get them in the first. If not, you wait till the third. So it'll be interesting to see what happens with Shedeur. One team, I know that they just re-signed their quarterback, but I would not rule out the Raiders.
Yeah.
It does seem like a very Raiders move. I don't know Geno's contract in and out, but there might be an out there after a year. So if not Cleveland, Raiders early might make some sense too. We'll see.
So there were 8 offensive linemen drafted in the first round.
I was way off.
There were 8. That's crazy.
1, 2, 3.
Yeah. Because we had.
I had 4 in my mock, so I was way off.
So in most of our mocks in the past, we've undervalued offensive linemen. We go for skill positions because I think that's the thing that pops off. Yeah. And then I realized last year I started going for offensive linemen more, because it happens. I think we had 2 in 2020, and that year we had like a load of talent. When Joe Burrow came out, Tua came out, like that was a fantastic year overall. It got to the point Jalen Hurts got drafted in the second round. So, I get why that didn't happen. And in weak years like this, there's going to be probably more linemen drafted. But, all right. We're done for the night. It's time for bed because it's 11:45 here on the East Coast.
Yeah, I got work in the morning.
So, thank you, Austin, for stopping by.
I'm gonna do my best to hop in here again tomorrow when my boys go to bed, so I won't catch maybe the first couple picks. It starts 7:30 tomorrow, right?
Yeah.
So I'll do my best to hop back up in here tomorrow, and we'll have some more fun. This was fun. I enjoyed it.
Yeah, this was awesome. And thank you all for watching. This is very different from the last draft live stream I did when I was sitting on my living room couch looking at a TV and then looking back at you guys. I have a more professional setup now. This is 8 years later. I was in high school then. I'm graduating college now.
But you growing up.
Thank you all for watching. And thank you so much. We'll see you tomorrow.
We'll see ya.
Let's see.